Salute, 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 everybody. Happy Friday. Hey, Jordy. What's going on, sister? What it do? How's your day? I see you up late tonight. I said, let me go live. Let me drop my link for my riders. They can come up if they want to. Taco Prince, I dropped the link if you want to come up, sister. Ooh, it's a lot going on, y'all. Hey, LaDon. Hey, DeVita. Get my rider somewhere to go. Let's go, Bridget. Hey. Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, Sister Belinda. What's going on? Man, we got to talk. I have been disgusted. I had to give me some wine, y'all. If y'all think I'm lying, I'm disappointed. Let me show y'all. Hey, Hip Hop in History. Salute to you, Simply Tall. Hey, Dot. Hey, Lady Loco. T the Lady. Man, I'm disturbed. It's been a minute. Hey, Doniqua. Hey, Goddess. Hey, Erica. Hey, Darshell. Hey, Lulu. Hey, Sonya. I'm sitting here listening to this live. Thank you, A. Hey, CRS. I'm disturbed at some of the stuff I heard tonight. Mm. Hold on, sister. Hold on, sister. Stay right there. Hey, sister. What's going on? Hey, Fax.
Hey sister, they can't be the
Hey,
fucking gay over there.
hey, Talonda. Hold on, sister. Christina, what it do? Rashida. Hey, y'all, Talonda. Faithful one. How you doing? Fax. Gorgeous. Ebrose. Barbie, the real one. Hey, y'all. TT. I'm appalled. Man, it is some shit being said. I heard the other night. Let me see. The other night with, uh, wow, Pebbles. Davita said, Sugar, I'm normally in the bed. She said, I'm normally in the bed, but those women got me where I can't sleep. Davita, Lady Leo, I was on Shane's panel, but I prefer her. Is that okay? Yes, A. Kirk, what's going on? I have to replay Miss Net Net. I'm gonna tell y'all one that got me, y'all. Hey, Brown Eyes. The girl said, well, they was 16. So let me tell y'all something. Kids are kids. And I don't care when my daughter was 16, ain't nobody. It's Alonda, you heard me? It's sick and it's crazy. I could not believe and when he said, you got me there, but I understand what you saying, man. When is kids not kids? Let's talk about it. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Veronica. When is kids not kids? Hey, come through. She said people can't be real, and why we can't stand on our word? If you feel a way, say a word. Can't nobody persuade me to change my mind when I hear something or see something. And it's the backsliding, the backpedaling, and all of that. And I couldn't take it no more. I said, let me go live. Y'all know I ain't did a third shit. She called that baby fast last night. Who? Who called somebody fast? I know y'all lying to me. Come through, Taco Prince. I get my
That
wine.
foo lady, man, the Fuji or what Foo did. She called the baby fast and some more shit last
Thank you,
night.
TT.
Yes, she did. Sister called the baby fast and some more shit. She
Oh my
did.
God. I didn't hear it.
I
We
did.
over here, we over here trying to clear, we are over here trying to clear King now. We have they have been trying to clear King, y'all, for 2 days. They backpedaling,
Mm-mm.
they contradiction. It's a lot of I'm sick of, yeah, me, yes. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it either. I stopped listening when she got shout out tonight. I mean, I didn't even know this. You know what I'm saying? I heard about the shout out. I don't like the. I mean, I see the supporters down there saying stuff. What was the timestamp that she called her fast? If somebody can grab that so I can play it, and stuff. You know, if you don't stand for something, y'all, you'll fall for anything. And this is when you'll get set back 6 to 7 months of what you've taken in from everybody else. We are at a certain place, and I will put somebody through the worst in the world. Oh, come on, hip hop. Ain't nobody got no business saying, but they 16, so he only like, the young ones. We don't know nothing. I ain't great sit there. Hey Mocha Molly, hey y'all. I ain't right sit there and take up for nothing when it comes to Jarvis of an age of anything. Kids are kids. I don't know what the motherfucker liked and what he didn't like. So I'm not great sit here on my panel and steer away from any child of any age. You know what I'm saying? Anything. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was 18, they was all still too damn old for them kids, period. You know what I'm saying? She says a lot of difference between 6 and 16. I told her ass to apologize because she was proven wrong and she still wanted to argue. Yes. Even was arguing, you know what I'm saying? See, this is when you know the attack was real. Cause Shank played something tonight. He was like, "Oh, he did say," and it was like, "Okay," and then it was, I was wrong, but you were so argumentative. See, I don't like for people to come back and clean it up when it was already proven. It was already proven.
Now,
And
cause
read all the
so
comments.
so
Go
look,
ahead, go
they
ahead,
over there
sister.
they over there trying to clear King, right? I was in the motherfucking back like a little secret. I was gonna
Thank
say
you,
this.
Cat.
How could King not know nothing? Now, all of us know riders. We all know the timeline. King said they got back to the shop from Insulane about 8:45. King had a tether by 9 o'clock. He said they counted money and all this stuff. You can't do all that in 15 minutes. Then when King's testimony was recorded, he was in jail for probation violation due to his tether. He was on probation because he beat up a pregnant woman. That's why it was asked in court by the state, well, when you were interviewed, did they bribe you about your tether? That's why that was brought up, because he didn't make it. He didn't get home in time. What the fuck are them bitches over there talking about? He didn't know nothing. How he not know nothing? And he owned a shop with Travis. It,
Hip hop, come up if you like.
so
Uh,
they fall off the short bus.
she's taking up a king like he gave her a liver. Thank you, Big Stacks. I mean, from what we're hearing, you know what I'm saying? And every time this what I'm saying too, sis. You can't say, I agree with you, Talk with Prince, but y'all over there don't know the case. I thought you listened to it. He done sent to the transcripts now. She didn't want them from me, but he done sent you the transcripts and you pick up the page. Go to the page. He over scrambling and gambling. Up. Can somebody tell me what put a word in the chat if you, I said not stuttering. Not stuttering, cause see, I tell my people all the time what y'all got the transcripts for if y'all not gonna read them. You know what I'm saying? She still ain't read it. She still ain't read it simply. That's what they said. She still ain't read it. Cause to her it's a smack in the face. And sir, they just said, see, I'm glad you lied. See, y'all opinions ain't gonna be read like that because it's going against what she's saying. And he's gonna have to go back and retract all his lives. Cause that's just like me gonna come tonight and go and say to y'all, well, I don't think Shannon had nothing to do with it. How would y'all feel right now if I came back and say that Shannon no longer has nothing to do with it? Y'all can be like, what the fuck, Miss Parker? What you got going on? Now, Jarvis, then if he touched him and King touched kids at 16, I don't look at it no kind of way. But 4 years old, what's the difference? Kids are kids. Kids are kids. And stand on what you read and said. You can't play the live and let somebody backtrack you to what you heard yourself. And it's a lot of backtracking, y'all, a lot of backpedaling. But I say to y'all tonight, have y'all own opinion. I would ask you, have you bumped your head? You heard me? Hey, London. Then she definitely do find Jarvis and King attractive. Man, say, look where she from.
Man, look at how
Right,
she
Talanda?
man, say.
And to even say Shannon didn't write none of the messages. So y'all mean to tell me that Nazaya wrote a message saying, as much as she was into Jarvis now. This is her savior at this point, y'all. He's grooming her. We can't forget he's grooming her, right? Pay attention. He's grooming her, and all that time she begged him, Miss Jackson, I know you was. All that time that she begged him, right, to come through. And she went to his job. I know you was, Sir Age. She went to his job and just stood outside and said, "Hey, I see you." He said, "You ain't coming in?" "No. My grandma about to come home." He would have looked out there and seen her something. I don't know, y'all. I said, "What?" Hold on, let me add hip hop. Salute hip hop.
What up, though?
Man, hip hop, you been dropping gems. I see you on Mocha's dropping gems, and
Yeah.
about Detroit, and you dropping real gems. How you feeling right now? The king don't know nothing, and at 16, it don't look as bad as touching a 4-year-old and stuff. Thank you, Valerie.
I mean, at the end of the day, we know that's a lie. Ain't no way in the world that you've been around this man as much as you've been around him. You don't know nothing. Everything was going down at that shop.
Let's
So
go.
you know things, sir. And the real ones the real ones that's been in these streets, we've been hearing about all kind of crazy stuff that like ever since the story hit and then blew up like it did. Yeah, we know things. It's like I said on Mocha's page, on her channel, we know stuff. Just because you don't hear about what might happen to somebody, don't mean ain't nothing happening. Damn me if
Right.
the police don't do it. That's all I'm saying. Real
And
shit. Like
like you said, it's gonna be stuff that we don't know about that because you from the D. We not.
right,
You get
right.
what I'm saying? And I don't know how you get up here and speak on something and say, "Well, I learned the case when the content creator started talking about it. So why speak on it?" You know what I'm saying? Because I can't. Some things I'm not gonna speak on, and I tell the people all the time, hip hop. I don't know that. I don't know these people. You know what I'm saying? And I say we got to start thinking rhetorical. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be asking some of the
Mm,
craziest things. I only know what comes from their mouth, and I break it down to make it make sense.
facts, facts. I mean, but see, what I've said on Mocha's platform, I'm gonna say it on your platform. I probably said it on your platform before. If you stop thinking like with your heart sometimes and think like a criminal, you can come up with things that make more sense about what's going on. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I wouldn't consider myself a criminal now, but you know what I'm saying? As somebody that was in the streets and smart enough to go ahead and learn the different laws and everything, know how to dance around and not get felonies and all of that type of stuff. What you do is like, it's when I was watching the story from you, Mocha, what's her name, MTGV,
Yeah.
a bunch of y'all, right? While I was out of state, I was like, everybody, all of y'all thinking too much with y'all hearts, and instead of paying attention to the fact that this man is a criminal, you got to think like a criminal to figure out like what Jarvis might do. Now, Jarvis doesn't have any M charges on him, but neither did Jeffrey Dahmer when he did what he did.
So you right. You sure right.
I
But
was talking about a different type of progression yesterday, but that's progression also. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
mm-hmm.
okay, if I don't want to be told on, I don't want such and such. This ain't you gotta put Shannon in the picture too. So it's like, okay, allegedly, we can say it like this. Allegedly, Shannon figured something out. And Jarvis wasn't trying to let her figure that out. But when we saw those text messages of her reading them text messages, then he might have had a good reason to get rid of her while he was somewhere on his way between um Ypsilanti and back to Detroit.
Thanks.
But I guarantee you she wasn't in the Rouge River because I could walk through the Rouge River. And I've been fishing in the Rouge River too many times. It's by 7 Mile and 7 Mile and Berg. That the water is not deep at all. You can walk through it. I can walk from one side to the other one, long as I don't mind getting my feet wet or my shoes wet. So they found those clothes over there, whatever. Don't take that part serious because it ain't nothing going on in that area that you can't find something in. You can look through the water, standing up on the bridge on Grand River. I promise you. That's what I'm saying. When I was hearing all of the crazy stuff about like the talking about like alligators eating kids and they fed us to alligators. I'm like, ain't no alligators. It ain't really even no fish over there.
Mm,
So if anybody ate her, it was a predator, but it wasn't no animal. And
mm.
I believe that part of that. You feel me? Like,
Thank you for the clarity for that. Appreciate that.
for sure.
Because a lot of people are speaking on things they don't know about. So when you come with clarity and say, hey, if I want to get my feet wet, you know what I'm saying? It ain't hard to see nothing and stuff like that. Bring those kind of facts. You get what I'm
Man.
saying? Bring real
Right.
facts. And like you said, I been told my people, I said, y'all thinking normally. Y'all not thinking like how they're gonna think and what they're gonna do. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? And like you said,
Right.
take your heart out of it because it's just the truth. We not on their level.
It's like I said, I'm not a criminal. Like, it's not definitely not down that lane for sure. But it's like, being like, and I'm hoping that Vari is, what I'm saying, getting the support and everything that he needs. At some point in time, I was a 17, 18-year old dealer. You feel me?
Yes.
So I've seen things, I've done things, and I mean, I hope that somebody will step in to help that boy out. But it's like it breaks my heart, but at the same time, it's like this is just a this is just like a fact of life that we all got to understand that everybody does not have the sound mind enough to actually just do everything the correct way. You feel me?
Yeah.
So if you don't have anybody to show you the correct way, you in a whole family full of people that don't do anything the correct way, you're not going to do things the correct way. So it's like, Mocha, y'all already know that's my baby right there. That's my dog, just like you are. So it's like at the end of the day, we can pray and we can pray for these babies. We can get out here and at some point put our foot down, our feet down for these babies. We can either give them the support that they need, or we can shut up.
Right.
I'm not willing to shut up. You dig me? So it's all like these babies need us, and
Yes.
when I say I'm boots on the ground, I'm a completely different type of monster. So you ain't gonna see me necessarily at the rallies and all of that type of stuff. I know people in the system. So ever since I got back to Detroit, I'm figuring things out here. Okay, Jarvis gonna get what the hell he deserve. Just next time you see that haircut, it ain't gonna be a mask on his face. It might be a bandage on his forehead. You see what I'm saying?
What's
But
up?
that's a different story. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
But that's because you don't play with these kids. Don't play with these women. Don't play with the. At the end of the day, we ain't nothing without. First of all, The black woman is the most powerful thing in the world.
Mm.
Don't you ever cancel out the strongest thing that you don't understand. You see what I'm saying? That's just like when
Mm.
people reject God. Come on now.
Let's go,
But
hip hop.
I'm just saying. I'm just listen. If you didn't understand me on Mocha yesterday, you didn't understand me today, then maybe you need to go back and reevaluate what I'm talking about and reevaluate yourself in the process.
Mm.
Dig me?
I swear, I've been saying that for a minute, hip hop. A lot of people need some, you know what I'm saying, need to go back and regroup and reevaluate. You know,
Hmm.
like I said, if you know, you know, and I stand with you on that 100%. When you know, you just know. And I love how you put it all in perspective. Ain't nobody got to dissect what you said, because, like you said, you might need to go back and regroup. If you got to dissect what this man just said in so many words, then you got to go check yourself.
I'm like,
We came
shit.
too far with this information, and you brought more clarity into the situation. You and a couple of others have brought more clarity with actually being going to spots and bringing clarity, because somebody just said in the chat, thank you for letting us know that, and bringing clarity to that, you know what I'm saying,
Mm.
because everybody else, ain't nobody else saying nothing. They won't just keep reading the transcript. Bring us something to give us a little clarity and a little insight on something. I'm saying, because
That's why I'm like, my bad. Hold up.
okay.
Like we in Detroit, I promise you, it's not the fact that we scared of nothing. You feel me? It's just that the people that's involved in it are scared of something.
Mm,
Don't know, didn't nobody know them damn Harrises? Didn't nobody know them the Butts? I had a Butts family down the street from me, but they ain't even the same people when I was growing up. You see what I'm saying? And we didn't even pay them no attention.
mm.
So it's like the Harrises over there on the east side. I got too many people on the east side that's right there in that area. Cause I've been saying, my daughter and them stay in that area. Don't nobody know them. Everybody know them now.
Mm.
Didn't nobody know them before now. Cause I could tell you about some families in Detroit that I had to be for a whole nother podcast that everybody know about. But no, they ain't nothing to they ain't never been nobody that was like moving the crowd, you feel me?
Right.
So I'm like, it's just the actual the feeling around the city about Nazaya is we hoping that she's still around, but you got a bunch of people like me too, where it's like we got our own kids to like keep our eyes on. You feel me?
Right.
So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything that's going on. You try, but it's not really feasible. You feel me? So it's not that Detroit gave up on the situation. It's just that something else happened over here. Something else happened over there. Detroit ain't no little city. You got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people. I'm just one of the ones that actually attached myself to the Nazaya situation because I knew my daughter had to know them. And as far as I'm concerned, I said it yesterday, that's like one of my own children at that point. I wish I would have. I wish I would have known her. I wish I would have met Janai. I wish I would have met Naziah and been able to kick it with them, and they spend time around me so I can get them a little bit better. She called my daughter on Instagram. My daughter was like signed in to Instagram on my phone, and she called, and I had an opportunity just to talk to her and just tell her like, "Nah, my phone is she she ain't online. It's me online, but she on my phone." And she was just the sweetest little kid. She was like, "Okay, well, thank you. Can you tell her I called?"
Mm.
So it's like to understand what that baby going through right now, and that she can still have that peace to her. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a beautiful thing to me.
Mm, 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 mm. Hip hop, can I ask you something? As a father, and you from the city, and she don't call one. We got one of them that's done called your daughter. Actually called your daughter. And how do you explain? How do you have this conversation with your daughter now that everything that has transpired?
I mean, we talked about it, right? Because when she told me that was her best friend, I was like, I done said some 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 horrible things about her daddy, and I was like, and I'm not changing my stance on it, right? And she was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, my daughter is smart ass like me, so that's why she just. But I explained to her like as a man, as a father, my job is to make sure one that you don't do all of the things that I did. Two, that I protect you because at the end of the day, what I don't want is for you to be dealing with somebody that can't do everything that I did for you.
Mm,
And I mean that mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially, everything. That's my job as a parent because my daddy was like that with us. My daddy was my hero. God rest his soul. But when I say my daughter was cutting up and everything before I came back home, I come back home, all of that changed. She knew I was back in Detroit. So it's like, let that strong black man be around them kids and see how your kids are.
mm,
Because we different. I'm not cut like little Billy and Timmy over there ready to go shoot up schools because my feelings hurt. My feelings been hurt because I was born black and I can't walk down the street to go get a bottle of water without the police bothering me. So here you go.
mm,
And then of
mm,
course you got people like Jarvis where you know they throw you to the wolves and the wolves just so happen to be some some female that make you a daddy at 13.
mm. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Um, Hip hop, how do you feel that and this ain't no dig or nothing against anybody, but how do you feel that it's coming to formation that King is innocent, that King is innocent. King
I
is just a
mean,
part.
all it really is like okay, if they can hit, they can't. They was probably trying to hit King with remember he was charged with that M charge.
Yes.
So then they probably tried to hit him with an accessory charge. And then they probably couldn't prove the accessory charge, and that's why the innocent charge came. That's why they dropped it because they couldn't prove none of it. That's what I was saying. Jarvis is just stupid. He got all of these text messages and telling her to delete the text messages. Anybody with good sense knows that you, even if you delete text messages, the police can get them.
Right.
Absolutely.
So he was, like I said, like, that's what I kept telling y'all earlier, like when I first started like listening to y'all and talking to y'all, and I was like, y'all giving them too much credit. I was like, they all stupid as hell. They all been telling on themselves the whole time. For real. Shannon told on herself. Jarvis told on himself. King told on Jarvis. That's why.
Straight.
That's another reason why King ain't in trouble because he told on him.
Right. Right. I think people's missing that. You know what I'm saying? When if you turning on your boy, you getting off. You looking innocent. That's
Right.
anybody. If I flip on you, hip hop, that don't mean Miss Park ain't got nothing to do with it. Cause you know
Right.
what I'm saying? They ain't get me. I just flipped on my man. You feel me?
Right. That's why I'm like, I'm not sitting here and acting like King is completely innocent. But I do feel like I don't necessarily feel like he did anything to any of the kids, but I feel like he was aware of it.
Yes.
You know what I'm
And that's
saying?
it
Which
and that's
makes you,
all.
which doesn't, even if it does nothing else, it makes you complicit, right?
You already know it.
That's just like that's just like you might not be the slave master, but you might be the overseer. So you're still conducting slavery.
Mm,
You feel me? So it's like I'm just tired of. I'm just so tired of people doing stuff to these babies.
that's
That's
it.
just like, you know what I'm saying. What's the other little baby name, Emmanuel? Where his daddy done already did something to another impaired child, and then they acting like they don't know what happened.
Right. Right.
Trey Reed, black people don't just end up in trees in Mississippi, just hanging around and shit, like because they came up with that idea. It doesn't happen that way. That's what I said. At some point, we need to we we need to be a little bit less Martin and a little bit more Malcolm.
Let's go.
You dig me? I'm not inciting riots or nothing like that. I'm just telling people to be a little bit more on their P's and Q's and be a little bit more ready to defend themselves as opposed to like, you know, singing Kumbaya. Kumbaya don't work forever.
Mm,
Right.
let's go, hip hop.
Straight facts.
Our babies out here dying. And it's like I agree that prayer works, and I agree that you know what I'm saying. Like peaceful protests work until you get to the point where it's like you realize it's not working. So at some point, even that turtle decided to change his mind and be like, you know what? Like I love God and everything, but I love me too. And they
Mm,
ran they ran their asses through the South for as long as they could. You feel me? So hey, and we losing our babies. Not even it's like some of it is because of our own doing, but That's normal because it's like, they speak about black on black crime because it's entertainment to them. They don't talk about the white on white crime like, you know what I'm saying? We've been able to point it out now because of social media. You feel me? They've
Right.
been doing it. Rome took over Greece. Hell, they sent the whole Trojan horse to drop a bunch of people out of there because of a female that, somebody was messing with. You dig me? If you know the story of the Trojan horse, then you know what I'm talking about. And if you don't, look it up. White on white crime. Go for it. Been doing it for centuries. But
Mm.
every time but the reason that when I'm not gonna say his name, CK, when he was about to go ahead and get he was about to get his voice box shut off. They asked the question about, so how many mass shootings have there been? His response, because he didn't answer he answered a question with a question, right? Which absolutely, if you're grammatically correct, then you know that you're not supposed to answer a question with a question. But this dude that thinks that black women are not capable of doing anything, his response was, "Does that include gang violence?" And then they shut him up. That's what happened. It's not that we don't stick together. It's not that we just take each other out all the time. The division is because we are in a sick situation where if I want to go over here and make $30 an hour and you want to go make $30 an hour, it's not available. Our problem is not black on black crime, it's poverty. Our problem is we don't have the health insurance to give people like Jarvis and what's his name, Eric Gamble, um mental health help. That's the problem. We don't like to talk about it in our community though. You feel me?
Right.
Like shit, I done been in at points in my life where it was like I wanted to just go ahead and cut my TV off. You know what I'm saying? But it's like we need to make these situations a little bit more. We wouldn't have a Nasiah situation if we were more vocal about what's happening in that household. Everybody that had Uncle Charles over there touching on people's kids and ain't saying nothing because it's supposed to stay in the house like it's Vegas or something. Nah, tell on that nigga. That's what we need to start doing. That makes sense to y'all?
Mm-hmm. Perfect sense.
Makes sense to me.
Oh my bad, because I've been talking for a while.
Nah, you
I'm
good.
just you know I'm just frustrated. That's all. Like
I get it. I get it. And the fact that, your daughter, you got a daughter, you know what I'm saying, that's friend and a victim. You know what I'm saying? And a victim.
right,
And I wish we stay on that. You know what I'm saying? We know the part, like, again, you said it and it's being said. Quit trying to dissect this shit to make somebody look better than the other. You know what I'm saying? It is victims out here, and it's more victims to come. And like you said, your city big. You know what I'm saying? It's still monsters in your city. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And we
I
can't keep
mean, you
focusing on
could.
trying to grab somebody to be innocent, more innocent than the next. You know what I'm saying? If you dirty, you dirty. Now let's focus on the solution and let's focus on these kids and
Right.
better ways. You know what I'm saying? To start intervening and stuff like this. Stop turning blind eyes and you know what I'm. It's crazy to me. It is crazy to me what I'm listening to and what I'm seeing, and I even have to check my shit. Hip hop, no shit. You know what I'm saying? And watch how I put what I put out. Not put too much out
Hold
because
on,
I
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
know.
wait. Hey, Tribal Levi, I see your comment. The separation is our black men and black women. Facts. Because what I will say is we done forgot how to actually respect each other. Like I said, a black woman is the most powerful thing in the world to me.
Say that.
But that ain't for everybody.
Mm. Mm.
A black man is something dangerous to deal with when he understands his worth.
Mm.
You feel
Mm.
me? So that's why I'm like, we're hunted because it's like, hey, we got to get rid of them. They're too powerful. Why do you think they keep bothering us? Everything that they use was created by us. Every black man that done created that like that created a big legacy like Martin and Malcolm. They had a black woman behind them that was
Mm.
holding them down. Medgar Evers. Don't nobody talk about him. His wife was right there and looked at her husband's body out there and then turned around and still big up the whole situation. The problem is black people, and I don't mean to sound like an a-hole, but we forgive way too much.
Mm. You'll beat your sister up and slap your brother and all kind of stuff. But then when you come in, you see that your little young person hanging from a tree or wherever. It's just we singing on "We Shall Overcome." No, we ain't doing that. We shall overcome shit no more. I'm sorry, because now it's starting to get out of hand because they do stuff to each other and they blaming it on us. That ain't making sense at this point. We ain't even forgiving nobody. It's just that we just taking it. Facts.
And it's like I ain't never been R worded, but it's starting to feel like it right about now.
Mm. Jesus.
I already been dealing with the first time the police bothered me. I was 12 years old. I was going to get my mama a pint of butter pecan ice cream in the newspaper, and I got patted down and everything like I was doing something wrong. You see what I'm saying? And this is what the police are conditioned to do with the nation and everything else. So it's like I already knew at that point in my life that I got an uphill battle to fight, right?
Yes.
When something happened to our babies, what do? They victim blame the hell out of them babies. You see what they tried to do with Naziah? Oh, she fast. That's what it was. It was this and this and this. No, she got groomed by a creature. That's what happened.
Facts. Say that.
So I'm like, I wish something would happen to one of my kids and they try to victimize the nigga that did it. You got me, man. My bad. My bad.
Kopi said, well, all this was black folks doing right here. I understand all this, but these nasty, pitiful excuses of a family hurt this baby.
Yeah. I feel like they deserve anything that happened to them in these streets, anything that happened to them in the judicial system, anything that happened to them in hell, because that's where they're going. Um, if one of them make a mistake and end up in heaven, I hope they fall. It's like I don't understand where it's like where did the family unit go in that situation where it was just like everybody didn't care, and then the ones that did care they getting ostracized by the family that didn't care. How much sense does that make?
Facts.
So you
Somebody
mad at
said,
me because I wanted to help you? What you say? Okay, go ahead, go ahead,
somebody
go ahead.
said, nah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, hip hop, because you going somewhere. Somebody said, do you think Jarvis can be rehabilitated?
I'm gonna tell you how Jarvis can be rehabilitated. Firing squad. That's how
Okay.
Jarvis can be rehabilitated.
No, I,
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
Like I said, with a firing squad. Cause he
Mm.
ain't gonna stop doing what he doing, what he been doing, and he gonna keep sitting in court
And,
looking all sad and
and
like
like
somebody hurting him. Nigga,
and
get
like
out
the
of here.
sick and like the sickness that Jarvis suffers from, that's not mental or nothing like that. That's something inside of his head. You know what I'm saying? Like something's off. That's nothing to do with mental or nothing like that. A
So,
mental
Taco
Right.
Prince, you're saying that, so you basically saying that Jarvis, you think Jarvis can be rehabilitated?
no. That's what he's the behavior that he's going through. He needs to be in institution. I mean, put in a place. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere to get help, maybe. But I don't think he'll always want to touch kids because that's just in his. That's in him. That's something
Man,
that.
the only way Jarvis gonna be rehabilitated is if you cut it off, throw it, burn it, and all kind of extra shit. Jarvis ain't never gonna keep his hands to himself, so you gotta cut his hands off. You gotta cut off his situation, and you gotta cut his legs off so he can't walk towards your little girl. It's nah, Jarvis is done for him. Ain't no rehabilitating him. I don't feel like that's just like how you hear somebody say that if a man hits you one time, he gonna keep hitting you. So why you think it wouldn't be the same way with somebody that can't keep his situation away from kids? You dig me? That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Jarvis can't be rehabilitated at all. Like his past that because he did it. He did 10 years, got out, and still wanted it and did it more. Like I mean, he's just it's the cycle is just going to repeat itself.
Hmm.
He's a, you know, what I'm saying like a sex offender. Just going to keep doing it.
I mean, quite honestly, me being in Michigan, I'm kind of mad that I'm like I just got back. I start the new job tomorrow morning, right? But I'm not trying to pay for this nigga to be in prison. But I would prefer that he was there. Like, so I'm not gonna necessarily complain about it.
Right.
That's part of taxes. But it's like, hey, like I said, I think Michigan brought the penalty back. Hey, people like him, because I know some M worders that did it because they should have because the other person was gonna come back and get them. Now, when it comes down to you touching on kids and doing all of that, you can go. You can happily go ahead and excuse yourself or let somebody else excuse you from this plane of life that we live. You dig me? It's like, I don't wish um unaliving on anyone, but yeah, some people I ain't wish it on them, but it could happen, and I wouldn't cry about it.
Hello. How y'all doing?
Hey, Ronitra, what's going on, baby?
Hey, I'm gonna just tell you something like this. I'm Ronnie Trump from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm 43 years old. I've done been through the slums. I heard your story, Miss Parker, the other day, and we are somewhere the same. Like I gave you my number in your chat. Some of the same. I'm in Louisville, you in another part of Kentucky. Hey, baby, I've been locked up. I work in the penitentiary. They all in cahoots. They all in cahoots. Like any other cellmate, and I worked in the penitentiary at Kentucky Sort. You can Google it at KSR. Even if you was in Lexington, Kentucky, you gonna come to KSI if you not in Lexington. You feel me? Any parts of the traffic area of Kentucky. If you know you got pedophilia, a chomo, they know. Inmates know. King, all of this shit, it's go hand in hand. You feel me? I mean, and then
Hmm.
like how we went broke it down a couple weeks ago, like last week or two, when you was bringing your scripts about with the whoop and like nigga the feds. I mean drug charges. Like I'm a big fan of Big Meech. They gonna give the drug dealers more time than they get a pedophile. No, I'm dead serious. Now it ain't even funny though. Don't
No,
let
no, no,
Nah,
no,
I'm being
no. I was
serious though.
just
I mean, like
laughing. My bad, because I heard it
my
wasn't
people
what
is
you
from
said. It was
Detroit.
how you said it. My
My
bad.
people,
My bad.
I'm saying,
My bad.
I'm a street kind of bitch though. Like Miss Park, I just
That's
made it
what's
out
up.
there. I made it out. I changed my life.
Okay.
Changed my life. And I was just working. I got a badge from the penitentiary right now, and I can show a screenshot and all of
I'm
that
gonna get
shit.
some more tomorrow.
But I'm saying a nigga can
I'm
get
gonna bring
more
you some.
time
Nigga, shut up.
for selling dope than fucking a young bitch. And I was a young bitch, and I'm an R. Kelly fan. I lied about my age, but not a little girl. You feel me?
Right.
But a nigga can sell a couple birds and go to jail for life, especially because it impacts their family. When it ain't right,
Man,
it's right. And I'm not saying it's a black and white thing, but it is. And then
it is.
you gotta think though, Miss Parker. Can you hear? I'm assuming yeah. It's a white thing. Now if it ain't white, it ain't right. And it's election year. Let 1 + 1 = 2 all day long. Straight the fuck up. That's why I said call me. Like you said, people you don't get your number away. Hey baby, I ain't no stock. I don't do no. I'm a real
I
ass
didn't know
bitch.
it was you. Okay, Ronitra. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
okay,
a
I got
real ass
you.
bitch. I got people's getting in Louisville, Kentucky is that same because I'm like, nigga, I want to get to my peoples, but at the same time, but I'm a real ass bitch. But hey, my people's is from Detroit, nigga, with heavyweight and all that shit. Everybody done changed their life. One's dead, nigga, big meat material. But at the same time, nigga can get to sell, go to jail and get 30 nigga lifetime sentence for selling. Nigga, we ain't got no boats, we ain't got no planes, we do none of that. But you can get more time than the motherfucker man fucking these kids though.
Show
So I'm
King.
saying,
Right.
like, I mean, it's the truth though. I live in Louisville, Kentucky. Like I told you, nigga, what happened
You
in
told you in
Louisville.
Louisville.
Dude, I live in Louisville. I'm right here in the heart of the
That's
city.
what's up. That's what's up. Been
But
there.
I'm just saying, it's just fucked up though. And I'm all about the whole. I ain't been no drunk. I done got my nose, not my nose dirty, but I just the little X thing will get tore up. The weed and drinking, but so the fuck what? That's my little young life. But nigga, I with my hands was dirty. I was out here. But nigga, I changed my life for my kids. But okay, but nigga,
And
I
that's
could
what's
have
up.
been locked up forever. But this nigga just smacked a little baby girl around the corner from my house with a shovel. She got stupid brain damage, and he got a couple years now. Cause he white though. But I'm just saying,
Hmm.
Java is mixed with something, and then like you saying, everything you saying, Miss Parker. It makes sense to me. You feel me? You and Shank and two. And Mocha, it's just like it's getting on my nerves. It makes me sick in my mind, and I'm mad because a bitch like me, hey, that's why I said give you my number, bitch. I go over and smack shit in there. You hear me?
And
Nah,
you know
nah,
what
I'm
I
dead
said,
serious. But
Juanita,
I'm
about
sending it
that?
online though. But I'm sending it online because I'm dead at. Okay, we can erase this shit, but it's gonna come back up. And so what? And it's just assault. It don't mean nothing. It's a assault 3. Bitch, I'm just smacked you, bitch. Come outside.
Hey,
And
look,
but I'm
I
just
hear
saying
you. Betty
because
got one
but
on
I'm
her
just saying,
soul.
but nah, I'm just saying because I've been wanting to speak to you literally like in real life because like the shit is so fucked up to me. And like Mocha said, bitch, you got to have compassion as a woman, bitch. I love my precious pussy. And then I got 2 boys. I
Oh my
pray for
God.
boys. But nigga, no. Boys are not. I can't now you don't keep laughing at me. It's not fun.
I'm not laughing
But
at
no, I
you.
mean,
I'm telling
I'm
you, it's
hard
not what
headed though.
you saying, it's how
I
you
was a
saying
hard
it.
headed girl. You feel me? My mouth was slick. I was hard headed, but I was hard headed. My mama and daddy love my brother more, but they love me as well. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying I was hard headed, but the, I don't understand how the system is. Remember how like nigga the system you can make a defense, let you make plea deals. If you can give me like if Jarvis baby girl just dropped her testimony, right? And
Mm,
before she dropped her testimony, they gave him options. He got a little wait, a little couple time, couple weeks before they take
mm.
the plea off the table. This is coming from Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know about nobody else's city and
Well,
state.
speaking
Louisville,
from
but I'm saying, but
experience in
they
Michigan,
gonna
they
offer
gave
the
them.
just no. You get an
Hold
offer.
on,
You
hold
get an
on, hold on, hold
offer.
on,
Hold
hold
on,
on, hold
Juanita.
on, hold on,
Let him come in on what you said.
Okay,
Just
go
let him
hold
come
ahead.
in.
hold on. In Michigan, they basically they sit it right there in your lap, and if you don't want it, they might change the deal. So, like, you don't get a couple weeks in Michigan
Nah,
to change
that's the
your
thing. That's the thing about the
deal.
systems, and you falling short, my
You
nigga.
get
Do your
about
homework.
you
Do
get
your homework.
about
Do your
But
listen,
wait a minute,
homework.
listen.
Juanita. Hold on, Juanita. Let
I'm
him land
saying,
and let him finish
Okay,
his point.
but I
Cause
mean,
hold
I
on,
got
hold on,
you.
hold on. Because I'm speaking from experiences. I've had to fight charges. They hit you with it. You got about 48 hours to decide if you're gonna take that charge. That's why stupid ass is running around trying to defend himself over here, and he didn't take one plea now. So now you got a whole bunch of extra witnesses and all this extra stuff. So he gonna figure out a plea with the other one because I mean shit, that's just how it's gonna have to work. Cause
Nah,
I guess he thought that he could beat the charge in the
no,
first place,
because
and
the
now they
witnesses,
done found
everything.
extra shit on him.
Exactly. I understand
They
exactly
found
what
extra
you're
shit on him.
dropping. I'm picking up what you're dropping. But the plea, before they even offer you a plea, everything is already set. You feel me? Like Miss Parker said, everything being right there. They just waiting for us to make a major heavy shit, which was Janaya, so to speak. You feel me?
Mm,
Okay, it's just like me, you. I mean, like I got a case. You feel me? Long time ago, nigga, shoplifting,
mm.
gun toting, grand theft auto, stupid shit. We all got the same charge. Nobody took it,
And
so we
what
all
they do,
taking the same hit. But
they
okay,
turned
but
around
now
and
nobody took
took
the
something
plea. We
off
took
to
the
make it
same
cute for
took
you
the
to go
same
ahead
charge. But
and
I'm
accept
saying
that plea.
the plea is the plea. I know about Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know about Michigan. I just know my peoples lived up there. But how they went heavy on Big Meech from state to
Hey,
state.
Me's a legend.
But I'm saying, nigga, but I'm saying,
But I'm
but how they
saying,
handle the Big Meech though, it should be the same way. Nigga, and
see, like
it's a
I
drug deal.
knew,
I'm just saying, but
look, I knew
my
about
thing
Meech
is,
when they was still with the 50 boys, but it was like
doesn't matter though. They
the
was
thing
actually
was,
from being
they
out.
hit him. But you want to know how Meech went down? His
Let me tell
brother
you, let me
snitched
tell you
on
something.
him.
Let me tell you something. I bet you If I tell you my cousin's name, I bet you
At
one.
some point, somebody gonna have to tell on Jarvis too, cause like you
That's
keep
why I
talking
was
about
saying earlier
meats.
with my point because the plea is to get nigga like Miss Perkins said. I ain't got no transcripts. I ain't order none. I'm broke than a motherfucker right now. I'm going through a whole fucking desert storm and a winter storm, all of that shit. A hurricane,
Not
tsunami.
Desert Storm and him when in a winter storm.
Nah, for real,
Man,
I'm telling you, girl. My brother got killed. My brother got killed in my face, and I ain't been right since.
My
So,
condolences.
yeah,
yeah, my
thank you.
condolences too.
Thank you, but I'm just saying I ain't been right since. And then the motherfucker just totaled my car this morning watching y'all's live, even though I watched it already earlier that day. But no,
Man,
the thing is, when the feds come in, remember Miss Parker? I must give you 2, 3 months ago. Remember you had somebody gave you some information. You was like the feds are stepping in. Remember?
Hmm.
It's only so much. It's like Diddy. Diddy beat that. I'm gonna give it to Diddy because they made him guilty before he was even handed a goddamn plea. You feel me? Innocent or guilty. Like
and
Hold on,
Diddy
you
a
said, hold on, wait a
billionaire.
minute. You said they made
no,
Diddy
no,
And Diddy a billionaire
no.
though.
wait a
He's
minute,
not
hold
already do
on.
nothing but 2 to 10 years, but he already did 2 years. So like every day for day, when you in penitentiaries,
Time
one
served.
day is 2 day. One day is 2 day.
Can I comment on that real quick? What
Go
you
ahead,
said?
go ahead,
You
Taco
said
Prince.
that with Diddy, they didn't have a case. They didn't have a RICO case against Diddy. They didn't meet
Girl,
all of the RICO because he didn't. They didn't meet it, so that's why he didn't get a RICO. He was guilty of
girl.
domestic violence because they proved that in court. Court
Listen,
evidence.
baby girl. They built a case on Cassie. Her shit was about to be over 2023. Let's start there.
No, ma'am, they did
They
not
stressed
build
it.
that case
Okay, well,
on
go on. Go
Cassie.
do your homework, baby girl.
I didn't have to. I did my homework. You know why? Because I
Okay,
Okay,
watched.
but
let
let
me
me
get
tell you
to
something.
let me get
Let
back
me,
on Naziah because I
let me
want to ask y'all some
okay.
stuff. Let me get back on Naziah real quick. Hip hop, they saying it was said earlier on the panel that Jarvis loved Naziah. How do y'all feel about let me start with hip hop
Mm-mm,
first 'cause he's from there.
mm-mm,
How do you feel about
mm-mm,
that hip hop?
Um, it's like a mixed bag with me. Like
mm-mm.
I feel like it's weird, but I think he probably did like love her, but he wasn't like in love with her. Like how you got a girlfriend or something, and you love her and all of that, but you wouldn't do everything in the world for her. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I love her, but I wouldn't die for her. Right? That's where I'm at with it. Like, and it's weird because she was a baby. Like, like me. Like, if I look at the child, it's more so like it's an unconditional type of love. Like, okay, shit, you good, you all right, this and that, blah blah blah. Kind of like you love your parents, it's like they loved you. You see what I'm saying? But Jarvis was he was a twisted individual. So it's like I could see something happening if he didn't want something to come out. If you get what I'm saying, it's like
I can ask you a
I
question.
don't like. I think he loved her, but not like people are thinking. You see what I'm saying?
I get how you trying to explain it. I do.
Yeah,
Right.
I got you.
And they said they think he loved the power he had over her and what he could do to
Ah,
her.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I was headed. I was waiting for you to give me the
Y'all
fact.
know. Y'all know what that's
Because
called?
no, I'm gonna say something.
That's
You
called
got a
abuse and
whole.
control.
You a man, right? We are women, and then when you can dictate and manipulate our mind as a grown woman, it's possible as a grown woman. You feel me? You can do it. Right or wrong.
That's what I'm like. Like I don't know if y'all heard me. I said that's abuse and control.
Okay, but I'm
That's
just saying
not.
you never know where
That's
you
what I
meet the
said. I
person
don't
at. But
think it was necessarily. It was
no, but
love. He
she was
loved
already
the.
going through something walking into
Hold
that
on,
house.
Juanita, one at a time, please. One at a
Yeah.
time, so we can get both
Okay.
points.
Go ahead, baby. Go
What I
ahead.
was saying. What I was saying is, it was like it wasn't love for her. It was love that he had that control over her more than anything.
Hmm.
That's just like when people and I don't know I don't want to like push no buttons, but like my sister got R worded when she was 17, right?
Sorry
That
to
the dude that did it was like he had this power over her. That's what it's about. It's about the power. It's about the control.
exactly. Exactly. Mm.
So that's what I was saying. Like I don't necessarily think it was like necessarily like that. He loved her. It was like he loved the fact that he had so much control over her, and he could tell her to do anything or whatever, right? And she was like okay with it at the point in time that when you were hearing those text messages and everything, like
Hmm.
when they say it like that don't sound like a 13-year-old. I'm like, yes, it does, because I was a 13-year-old in Detroit, what, 28 years ago,
Right.
and I was saying things down the same line, but we just didn't have cell phones.
Right. But I was outside, like you said. I was outside.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Sophie said, "How could he love her and not his own kid?"
But cause like it's a different vibe to me because she was everything like she looked better than all of them bitches in the house. I mean, but it's fine. I don't. Jania's cute, but the mama, the auntie, and I don't know what the mama. I mean, I don't know what lady looked like, but the aunties and the granny, and then like how you always speak of how they hate her.
a lady was
She
fine as
seems
hell
like,
when
but
she
okay,
wasn't
but I'm
on
just saying,
dope.
but okay, but I don't know what she look like. I've never seen a picture. I've never seen nothing of Lady. I've heard I heard people speak of Lady. I've never seen an actual picture of Lady. I just heard people speak of her and all of that, her characteristics and all
Mm.
of that. But I'm saying, but Nazaya didn't look like she belonged in that fucking family at all. Her
Oh, and to
whole
answer the
demeanor,
question,
her whole demeanor, she was happy, she was smiling, she was cute, nigga, she was creative, and everything else with everybody was just like off. It was like a Debbie Downer. You feel me? Like everybody was like depressed and demonic. You feel me?
hmm
Miserable. But I
Let,
don't
let
think
me let um let me let Taco Prince lay in real quick. Y'all on that note. Taco Prince, how do you feel about them saying Jarvis loved? Somebody asked, you think Jarvis loved her?
I don't think Jarvis was. He loved her. He was in love with the idea of loving her,
yeah, I
that
got
makes
it.
um,
sense.
and in his mind that was right because that was his normal. But he couldn't love her because he don't know how to love because no one properly
Hmm.
loved him.
Exactly.
But he can't show love, true love, pure true love, because that was never shown to him. So I don't believe he. I believe still to this day, Jarvis has not an ounce of love in him because he never experienced it.
Facts.
I
Facts.
got
That's what I was
you.
about to
You
say.
not lying. You
That's what
are
I was
not.
about to say.
You are,
Maybe it was.
and
Maybe it was
and
like.
then you be like an auntie, sister, cousin, because you just dropped yours. You just dropped it. It is because he's fucked up all the victims, and with I swear, honey, that's why like I don't want to go back to the correctional facility because I don't. I when I worked there, I never took any like, especially the old chomos and pedophilia people that was like I didn't treat them wrong, but my other aides, because I'm a CNA, I went to school for nurse, but they treat them bad. I'm like, they doing their time. Like you ain't
And what
God.
I was about to say, somebody else just said it. Like he doesn't love anyone, right?
Nah, he don't. He don't.
Um,
It's like everything. Like I
cause
sleep got a little laugh. Yesterday it was 3 hours now, and I woke up back up on it, and it was just like it is crazy to me. Like, and it's man, like how you say you can't sleep. I got insomnia, and I take Seroquel, and I still can't sleep. The shit fucks my mental up.
It does. The real one said, didn't he speak to her the way he spoke to them all? He can't distinguish the difference of their ages, maturity, or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
but see, that's what I was talking about on Mocha's panel. Like
I heard you
he
over. I
has
did
a
hear you over on
he
Mocha. I did.
has he has an absolutely messed up idea of love. So what he considers
Because
love
you
is
gotta
what we
think.
consider love.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Ranisha.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
What his idea of love compared to what we see as love is totally different. You see what I'm saying?
That's how he know.
It's like he never got like basic love from like like his daddy and them and uncles and all of that type of stuff. When he decided he was gonna fall in love, he didn't understand what love was. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, that's something where that type of situation gotta be nipped in the bud early, for real. Cause
Yeah, you right.
he
That's
don't
what
know what
Copeland
love
said.
is, huh?
Right. Now I'm disagreeing with you like he don't know what love is.
Love is
Right.
exactly. I said right.
I'm like, shit. Love to me is like I'm gonna go to war for you and all kind of stuff. For Jarvis, it's just like, okay, you gonna give me some ass. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's what you see
Nah,
what
he
I'm
know
saying?
more is. Look.
And I can manipulate you in the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's love to him
But I just feel
because
like
that's what he was given. You feel me? That's what he was given. That's
I
why
feel like
that's
he just took
why
it.
Jarvis thinks that way. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Miss Parker. Hey, chat. Salute everybody.
So, Sean, let
I
me
What up,
ask you
though?
something. I seen you on
yes,
another panel tonight, correct?
yes.
Um, was you in agreement to some stuff that's said over there? I'm for sure of that, right?
As far as
King, um, not knowing, um, it was a couple things that was said over there. The ages of the kids. That's what stood out to me. The ages of the kids. I think saying 16 and 4 is a big difference.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that. Did you agree with that statement tonight?
No, it to me when it
Wait,
comes down
what
to
was the statement? I
That
missed it. I missed it.
the statement tonight was made that one of the subscribers on Shank Rock's panel said that 16 and 4 years old is a different. It's a
no,
different.
that wasn't me.
What was my
I just
That wasn't
say,
me. I feel like this. Anybody under the age of what 18,
mm-hmm.
18, 21,
I don't.
it ain't
I
no
don't
it
even put
ain't
a
no
number on
difference.
it.
It ain't no difference. I'm glad that you all are talking about this right now because I was on another panel and we were all talking about the same thing. And as far as the love, I'm from Detroit. So I used to see Jarvis as riding his bike up and down the street, whatever the case may be. I know a few people that have dated Jarvis Butts. Okay. I'm saying this.
hmm
When it comes down to love, I agree with everybody said on this panel. He don't know what love is. And somebody ended up mentioning on the other panel that he loved Naziah. And I said, How in the world did he love her when he was doing the same thing to his children? Is
children.
that love too?
Exactly.
Right.
You got four
I
year
feel like
old
she had more
kids.
leeway than his kids.
You got
And
4 year
Because it
old
was,
children,
listen,
5 year old children.
it was because it was his idea of love. You see what I'm saying? You catching me on that one?
Yes.
Like like I said, I don't feel like he knows how to love. He
Mhm.
doesn't know what love is. That was his idea of love. So
Yeah.
it's like, when somebody, like I said, when that's why I was answering that question, like how did he love her but didn't love his own kids? He loved all of them in his head.
Hmm.
That's true. But we know that
Right.
he didn't give a damn about any of them, because if he did, he wouldn't have violated them the way that he
Hmm.
did. He
Because
wouldn't have
Exactly.
did that.
outside, we out on
But
the outside.
if your mama allows you to be violated and you've been violated over and over and over again, you don't necessarily understand that you're
But
being
you gotta
violated.
think, okay, it's okay. On the outside looking in, Irby, I got me and my brother. He's gone, rest in peace. But I want my daddy's love and approval, and we go neck and neck, but we still love each other. Me and my mama's cool, like sisters and cousins and friends. But it had to be like my uncle type of shit. And she don't have a daddy, our mother, and ain't no love in that house for nobody. Let's start there. Ain't no love in the house for
Uh,
somebody because he's giving her some type of love for her side. Uh-huh.
hold on, cause somebody wants Sean to answer the questions. We've been interrupted, and I'm about to personally shut the hell up so he
What
Now
can
I'm
question
answer the
was it?
sorry.
Because I
questions.
No,
didn't
I was
see.
asking Sean. Sean was up. I just want to see Sean what Sean her intake was on Shank's panel
Right.
about the discussion because that's why I started this live because I was kind of disturbed about some stuff that was being said
Right.
and I couldn't
Right.
believe that it was even said. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mia Boo. It was just like I mean, we have so many victims, and
Mm.
whether they grown and I agree with you, Sean, that the kids regardless of what, it don't matter if it's a different. Why are we even making a age difference with children? But you hit the panel because what was the agreement on? Because King was the topic, and
No,
King. Okay, King wasn't the topic
no,
when you hit the
no, no,
panel.
no. King probably was the topic. I'm gonna say this, Miss Parker. I don't sugarcoat anything. I do not. When it come down to them, like I said this on Shank's panel, I don't consider them men. They're males to me. I told my life, told my one of my stories on Shank's panel of how I was a Naziah and things could have went left for me. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Something happened to me. I was groomed at the age of 13 years old by a guy who was in his 20s, almost 30s. So I know I was in love with him. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He had a whole entire family. He was married, had kids. I didn't know that. But I was in love with the fact that he was giving me money. He was the first person I had almost you might as well say had sex with. Oops, I'm sorry for saying that. He taught me things as far as sexual. But you got to think about it. That was it. That was it. And then when I ended up pregnant by him, he was like, "That ain't my child." So what if he had to took it upon himself to say, "I'm a red rum her"?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? He didn't care about me. He cared about what he taught me to do to him. And he didn't want me to be with nobody else. He was a manipulating, grooming bastard.
Yeah.
That's
And I
all.
call it, he's a bitch made ass nigga. You call him a male, I call him bitches.
That's all he was. He was a
Bitch.
manipulator. And that's all Jarvis Butts is. King too. I don't like calling him King. Cordell.
Mhm,
Him too.
mhm, mhm.
They manipulators and they done got in these kids' heads. We don't know if Jarvis done tricked his these babies into giving them candy. You get what I'm saying? It could be all kinds of shit. I'm sorry that he done said and
I'm
did.
afraid I can't
Same
help.
with these grown women. We don't know what he done said to these grown women. What I'm more disgusted about is the fact that Shannon, and I don't care if that bitch is listening, she knew, she knew, she
No,
knew.
Can't help but to laugh
let's
though.
go.
No, I mean, because
Go
it's
ahead. Go ahead.
usually
Wait a
Miss
minute. Hold on.
Parker.
Go ahead with your story. Because I want to hear Sean's thoughts. She's been really trying to speak on this for a while.
She knew. She knew that he was doing what he was doing. She knew when he went to prison, what he was in prison for. And she
Mhm.
said out of her own mouth,
Okay, I
if
gotta pause for a second. Miss Porker Mocha, one of y'all said too long time ago that he whooped with Morquita first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly. So why would you double back behind your sister? This
that
cause
nasty.
they
part too,
nasty.
but she admitted that she knew what he
Mm-hmm.
did. And because society gave him a second chance, she gave
Okay.
him a chance too.
Yep.
Come on
Hmm.
now. Come on now.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Come on now.
And
How do y'all
I'm
You
feel
know what
finished.
all
else?
together? How do
I
y'all feel
said it.
all
I said
together?
it.
Go ahead. Go
Uh,
ahead, hip hop. Go ahead, hip hop.
no, all I was about to say is that to me that just sounds like desperation. That's
yeah,
all I was
exactly.
about to say.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
She's gullible and vulnerable and then like on dope and dog food type of shit to me.
I was just getting ready to say that is like
Mhm.
desperation. There's a lot
Mhm.
of women out here that have not been taught by anyone on how a male is supposed to treat a woman. You can have a male around you all day. You can have a father figure. I mean, not a father
Right.
figure, but a father in the home or a male in the home. You got cousins, uncles,
Exactly.
but you seeing what they doing. That's just like in my family, for example. And I'm not putting anybody down for this, but I have males in my family where I've seen them cheat. You get what I'm saying? Or they got multiple women. Nobody has ever set me down and said a man is supposed to treat you A, B, C, and D. So guess what I do? I go out here and I get fucking knuckleheads,
Yeah.
All right,
and
Fact.
I get
so in that
abused.
and hold on, in that regard, can I like intervene real quick?
Yes, yes, sir.
So like my daughters or any women that are ever around me, first of all, if I'm there, you don't touch that door. I'm gonna open that door. You don't
Mhm.
walk on my you don't walk on my right side because I'm on that side, and that side is just to the street. You see what I'm saying? It's like I was trying to like break down like it's like me protecting the women around me. They know at this point like you don't walk towards the door and touch it. You don't be on the wrong side of me. You don't be on the street side. You be on the other side of me. And a lot of women don't understand that the reason that you're supposed to be on the inside is so that man can take the hit of a car if it comes your way.
That's
See,
correct.
I learned all of that. If 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 you wrong and I notice you wrong, I'm gonna have your back, but I'm gonna talk to you about it later. You feel me?
Hmm.
So it's like it ain't got nothing to do with like hierarchy or nothing like that. It's just like okay, when like women nowadays don't allow men to put their foot down no more, and it's like we ain't even like trying to like mess around and put our foot on your neck. It's just more so like just pay attention because I'm noticing things that you are not noticing. It's like while you sitting, while you looking at the person in the window, I'm looking at the five dudes walking up behind us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the that's one of those things about love and protection that people got to learn to understand. We got our roles for a reason. It's not that I'm trying to control you, not trying to do nothing like that, which is why Jarvis is a dirty, you know what I'm saying? Because he was using, the fact that, girls at some point in time thought he was a pretty nigga against kids, and then the people that couldn't find nothing better than him was messing with him, and that's how he was getting to him. He knew what he was doing, but it's like he wasn't protecting nothing. He still ain't protecting them.
Mm-mm.
He heard the phone call. Ain't no way in the world that if it's somebody that like who was the one that he called simply retarded, it wasn't that supposed to be his fiance? So I'm like, ain't
Supposedly,
no way in the world. Right, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have been calling my fiance simply retarded.
if you was fucked up in the head, you would.
Exactly. So I'm like, like I said, that man don't understand love. Naziah didn't understand love. Naziah was trying to learn what love was, and he manipulated that whole situation. And yes, I said situation because he knew where he could go with with that. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not okay, and it will never be okay, and it bothers me. It bothered me before I knew my daughter, knew Janaya, and all of that. But it's like I kept telling y'all, like it's too close to my kids, and then the more stuff comes out, it's like I remember seeing Jarvis because they keep showing different pictures of her, well, him. Like, my bad. I say her because I kind of look at him like, never mind. But like, I've seen him. I've been like out in public and ran into him here and there. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I would have known that boy was cut like that, it would have been a whole completely different situation. But it's like that's how you know that people keep stuff quiet for you forever, and it's like you can't be mad at the police because the police didn't get the case until a month later. CPS they hit them up, but people in Detroit, I've seen it happen because it happened with me. They call CPS just because they don't like you. So CPS is to a point where they don't take a whole lot of things serious for real. And then you got yeah, Jarvis.
And it's a bunch
That's
of
why
Jarviews
he
running around.
right, and that's why he flying under the radar. Because like if nobody knows anything about it, how can they do anything about it? And then when they trying to do something about it, you got people lying for them and shit. You feel me? So it's like as I said, Detroit is not a 3,000 person city. It's a bunch of us here. You see it's not that easy to go ahead and convict somebody on something that, you know what I'm saying? Even though it seems easy to the outside world, it's not that easy.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Hmm.
I know a guy right now in Detroit.
Hmm.
He just got sentenced for the same thing.
Hmm.
And these were some underage girls too. He took a plea,
Okay.
and I think he only got 12 years. You probably heard
Jarvis ain't
about it.
getting 12.
No, no, no. Jarvis is going to he gone. He's gone.
The
That's a
Jarvis is
goner.
gone.
I know this for a fact. But this guy took a plea. And it's all because
Hmm.
they caught this guy. They got audio of this guy talking to these girls. And that's how he got caught up.
Well, I mean, I think the like Jarvis his first time, right? And I'm using Jarvis as examples. I think he had like 7 to 10 years or something like that, and he did the full 10.
And
So
he
it
still ain't
wasn't that
rehabilitated.
it wasn't that right, right, and it wasn't that they just like let him go. It was they had to parole him because he had already served out the full sentence. You see what I'm saying? So I think like yeah, what he was charged with um with a child. It's not CSC, it's something else, but I can't remember what it's called right now. But that's why he did the 10 years. They had to let him out. So it's like now that's why I said I don't know if you were listening last night when I was on the other panel and I was explaining like they burying his ass right now. That's what they doing. Every opportunity they got. For every charge he got, as long as he get a conviction, that's adding to him being a habitual offender.
Mhm.
So even if he does not get charged, even if this charge doesn't stick for Naziah, everything else is about to have that man in prison for natural life.
Yep. Yep. He is a goner all day.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, I know how the judicial system works here. And I've been trying to like give my input here and there. Like even Miss Parker was like, "Are you from there?" I'm like, "Yeah," but I was like, she didn't know. Like, yeah, but I know how the judicial system works there 'cause I've been out here. I'm not in the streets no more, but I mean, I know how. Like, when Kim Worthy wanna prosecute you, you getting prosecuted, and she probably got something on you for sure. She has some stuff on me on the gun charge that I didn't even know about. I'm like, she ain't necessarily just throwing throwing charges at people. It's there. She know you did it.
Can I interrupt you for a second? A lot of people hate on Kim Worthy, and I'm biased. It is what it is. But Kim Worthy been a prosecutor ever since I was a child, and she don't play.
No, she
She
don't.
don't play no games at all.
Not at all.
If
And that's
she
where I
speak
was
out,
like,
she got it's
hmm
facts. If she speak out
when
on something,
I
she got facts.
look, when I was trying to tell people like when she was the ADA, she was the assistant district attorney or whatever, and they prosecuted that not Malcolm, Malice Green case. Man, she hung them two white cops on the wall. That's why I'm like, she ain't nothing to play with.
So let
She,
me ask you this, hip hop then, you and Sean. How did Jarvis slip through the cracks?
I just told you, it was he got out on the maximum. They had to let him go because it
I,
was. I think it was a seven. I think when I looked it up, it's a 7 to 10 year situation. He
it
did
was.
10,
Yep. But he had
and
people.
then they ran all of his charges concurrent as opposed to consecutive because he had a weapons charge. He had another charge like grand bodily harm. So it was like he really could have did about 14 to 15, but they ran his charges concurrently, so that's why he did 7 to 10.
He could have been going back to jail. You want to know why? He didn't because nobody spoke up. It's no way in the world. I have a daughter.
Exactly.
I have a daughter. There's no way in the world I'm around my daughter every day and I don't see a difference in her. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
By what happened to me when I was young, I sort of kind of kept my foot on my daughter's neck as far as when it came down to boys. You know,
Hmm.
when my daughter started her menstrual cycle, oh, I was the one buying the pads. I was the one, keeping up with this. I was sneaking and looking at her diary. I didn't give a damn. So
See,
people
me
were
being a man, I wasn't
hiding.
doing all of that because I
Yeah,
didn't
I
want to. I
was.
didn't want to. I didn't want to accept the fact that my baby was getting older.
But
But
you know what? I understand that. But at some point, that reality got to kick in because I didn't want to accept
yeah,
it either, as a mother. But I'm like, I can't stop time from going forward, but I'm going to protect her at
mm,
all odds if I
I
can.
mean, that's what I'm saying. Like for me, it's just I feel I grew up the way I grew up. Like I remember walking down the street. I got in trouble in school. I got my ass whooped by I don't know how many months, and then still had to get a whooping, right? But that's because it was like, back then communities were communities. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like my mama done called such and such, such and such done called such and such, such and such done called such and such. So it was like I was like, quite honestly, when I got pow at 20, I mean when I say the whole neighborhood was like making sure I was okay. You see what I'm saying? We need to get back to that if y'all it's like if we're expecting um change and progress again, we need to get back to that. I don't care what the law gotta say. My child cutting up, I'm probably gonna whoop them if they cutting up too bad. I don't even whoop my kids, but you get what I'm saying.
I used to
It's
beat my
like
kids' ass in front of the police. How about that? I didn't
right.
care.
That's what
I
I'm
would tell
saying.
them, if you're going to take me to jail, take me to jail. But I refuse to allow my child to be a victim of the streets on any circumstances. You know, but my daughter used to have a best friend, and I would allow my daughter to go over to that best friend's house. When social media came out, y'all, I see my daughter and her best friend. Now, this might sound simple, but it wasn't to me.
Mhm.
They done took a picture, and the mama done put this on social media. They done took a picture. They got their hands on their hips. My daughter's like 13, 14 years old. They got their hands on their hips and their little hips sticking out. Oh, I lost it. I said, oh, no, we don't do that over here. And take that damn picture down. My daughter couldn't go back
Man,
over there no more.
listen.
we don't do that over
That's what
here.
I'm like. See, we keep using this word community, 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 community. It's two words in community, right? Because it's a compound word, correct? So
Mm-hmm.
you got COMM, what's that? Communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the second word is unity. And over the last, I don't know how many years, we can't seem to fuck around and put both of those together and use them the right way.
You can't when the parents is trying to be the kids' friends.
Right. See, it's like
Exactly.
I'm cool with my kids, but at the same time, it's like they know good and well when I'm in like complete and total daddy mode. They know they better act like they got some sense.
You got too many parents out here that know that they kids. First off, they acting just like the kids and vice versa. They rah 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 whatever,
Hmm.
smoking blunts, whatever. You smoke weed with your child, that's on you. But then you have
Right.
people out here that are trying to do let me rephrase that. You have people out here that are trying to maybe guide that child in the right direction because they see that child is doing wrong. The parent get whiffed of it. The parent want to go over to that person's house and want to fight them because the parent is so naive. My child don't do that. Yes, the hell your child do. So when it comes down, like you said,
Man,
with the community, ain't no
right.
community no more.
I mean, that's like, like I'm not gonna lie. I got a guilty pleasure listening to drill rap, right? And I be listening to it like, man, these little niggas telling on themselves, and then when something happens to him, it's like he was such a good boy. No, he was not. Chris said that he was this and he was the man. He owned a whole song talking about how he did this to the neighbor 3 blocks over. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, so I'm like, I'm happy that my oldest son, my 15-year-old, is like playing. He's trying to play basketball or whatever, and my younger son trying to play basketball. This is like the best thing in the world for me because, like I said, they not even thinking about doing the stuff that I did, and it's like the with Jarvis and King and like these like they back and forth in and out of prison is because it wasn't nobody there for them. That's what I was really getting at for the most part is these kids need somebody there for them to give them to the advice and the guidance to do something other than run the streets and you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like even though I had both of my parents, it was just that they was both working so hard that I still had time to be in the streets. I slipped like when you say slip through the cracks, I slipped through the cracks. And it wasn't my parents' fault. I fell through them cracks on my own. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's so many other ones out here that don't got nobody that's telling them that they love them. Ain't nobody giving them hugs and telling them that everything gonna be all right and that sky is the limit and giving them encouragement about what they want to be when they grow up. I watched this growing up like man. And then when I got old enough, I realized like, man, I had some of the dopest parents in the world. But it was because they did all of that for me. You feel me? So it's
Oh,
like we can
hip
at
hop.
least start there.
Yeah, yeah. Let me ask
Sorry,
you and
Sherry, you want
Sean. Let me ask you and Sean
huh?
something.
Uh-huh.
Why do y'all feel like if Kim Worthy again is a hell of a prosecutor, why hasn't Annette been charged? What evidence do y'all think they need to charge Annette? What more do they need?
All right, you want to go first or you want me to go first?
Go ahead, hip hop.
All right. So the way I see it is, it's like the way Kim Worthy operates is she gonna find these little nitpicky charges and everything else. So if she sees that it's a child abuse charge here and a CSC charge there and a CSA charge over there and she's all involved, she putting it all together because she not about to try to prosecute you unless she got enough on you. But that's what I was saying about like Jarvis. But that's why Annette, Shannon, see Shannon running. There's probably some other charges that we don't know about. She ain't nowhere in the world you running like that from a traffic ticket.
Come on.
You feel me? So it's some. It's some charges coming down. We ain't heard about them, but I'm pretty sure some charges coming down. That's all I got to say about it.
I was gonna say the same thing he just said. It's like just from past cases that she done had. It's like she go through them with a fine tooth comb, and she gonna find something on you from your childbirth on up to
Man,
she like I say, she's been a prosecutor in Detroit or for Michigan for a very long period of time. She ain't up there for nothing. You know, a lot of people like her, a lot of people don't like her. You know, it is what it is. But and I'm not taking up for her, but I just know this to be true. You know, she
right?
get the business done for the most part.
So I'm like, I don't like her because I went to jail for 3.5 weeks. But you know, and they took my pistols. So no, I'll talk trash. But I was just saying, like, nah, she ain't. She if she let the charges, if she choose to prosecute, and you see like, 'cause see, she got assistance and everything, but if she chooses to prosecute and you see Kim Worthy on that paperwork, you
That's
got
some
to fight on
serious
your
shit.
hands.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
some
you got to fight
serious
on
shit.
your hands. They gonna bounce it from 36th district court to it used to be
Federal
Frank Murphy. I forgot where. Yeah,
36, yeah, 36 district.
it was 36th district, and then they bounce it over to Frank Murphy.
Yep, Frank
I
Murphy.
forgot what the name of the new one is. Like, Frank Murphy is still involved, but Frank Murphy, if you get hit with Frank Murphy, that means that you in some serious trouble. And if you see Kim Worthy on that paperwork, then you definitely in trouble. And Hathaway is a cool judge, but man, Jarvis really ain't he ain't got a chance. Real serious. Because Hathaway is a man. My uncle got locked up by Hathaway for 10 years on a possession charge. So, hey, as I said, y'all can think that Kim Worthy about to just let it go if y'all want to, but nah, that ain't happening. Kim Worthy got something on him that she pushing on. Dead
So
serious.
what do y'all what, and I'm getting out of here after I ask you and Sean this question. I appreciate you, Sean, so much. I've been wanting to connect with you for a minute. How do y'all feel about the preliminary after listening to the preliminary and everybody's testimony all together? Do y'all feel like it was a flop and they messed up and now it's cleanup time, straightening it up, dotting all their I's, crossing all their T's?
Yes. That's all I'm gonna say about that is yes, because to
Okay.
me, this whole thing has been so confusing. And I
Yes.
ain't gonna lie, I have gone over the videos over and over and over, like watching them almost every night. And this is no lie, like different ones. I'm like, this person said this, but this person said something different on it. Is all a shit show. It is because of all these liars. But at the end of the day, that baby is going to get what she deserves. And that is justice. I'm going to scream to the top of my lungs when they sentence whoever. See, it's things that be told to me that I can't talk about because of a person who,
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jarvis is going away. I can say that.
Facts, facts.
He is going away. I hear he's facing 80 years. and I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If they hit him with the full charges, it's gonna be natural life. But I looked at the because what it really was that we saw was a probable cause hearing, right? So they was just showing you everything that was gonna like get the trial going, really. You know what I'm
That's what I
saying?
used to be
So
saying.
it's like um they do the preliminaries before the probable cause, and then they do a couple more preliminaries. Then they go back. Then they go to trial. So it's like it's a process to it, and his process ain't looking good right now.
No,
He ain't gonna see the light of day other than a prison yard for the rest of his life, most likely.
I'm gonna say this one more thing. I've heard that he's not talking.
That's a lie.
Uh,
Yeah, it is.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I've
nothing,
heard
but
I've heard that
uh,
he's not talking, but
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
Maybe
nothing,
not
but
right now, but it was at one point Jarvis was definitely talking.
I don't know. I did hear that he was supposed to be representing himself, at one point. I don't know. I don't know.
That
But
was on the. I think that was on that New Boston case, and we seen that was a lie.
listen, I'm gonna just say it this way. Once again, I got back to Detroit and to say that he ain't talking.
plea deal after his daughter testified.
If you believe that, you go right ahead. But I know better. That's why they
They
got
said,
all them three. They got 300 calls. He won't shut the fuck up.
right, come on, come through, come through.
He won't shut the fuck up. He talking his ass off. Even if he ain't talking to his lawyers or whatever. I done heard some stuff on the streets already. Because I was over in the area that he used to be in and just hanging out with people kicking it and heard things. So that nigga won't shut the fuck up. That's why I keep saying, like, he in more trouble than, like, and I hate to call y'all, like, out of towners like that. Y'all don't understand how much trouble this nigga is in because he busy telling on himself.
He told on himself when he called one of them chicks he messing around with, and he
Mhm.
told her, what he tell her, wipe everything down. I'm like,
So did.
I'm like, fool, you forgot this stuff is recorded.
She was stupid for
Man,
even letting it get that far. Cause I look, Sean, I'd drop that phone. He would have heard that down tone so fast. You heard me? I said, I don't care if somebody told me to move a bag somewhere. Man, that down tone would came through quicker than the operator did. You heard me?
No, I
But
would have been cussing him out. Look, I would have been, I didn't say this in your chat.
who
I
that?
would have
Wait,
been
wait, wait, wait.
cussing him the hell out.
Hold
say
on.
me too,
Kiana
girl.
said, hold on. That one makes sense right there. Kiana Washington say that's his way of bringing everyone down with him by talking over the phone. That's why I'm like, he's stupid, but he ain't too stupid. He know what the fuck he
Mm-hmm.
doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cause we know for a fact, ain't no way. He been to jail too many times, y'all. Jarvis know what it is. Jarvis know what it is, but
Man,
so does the women. We know too. Shit. That's why I said hip hop. Soon as like I said, we ain't even have to be his kind of case. It could be a bag of drugs, anything. Hey, get that bag. I, I'm cussing in. But like I said,
he
to me,
call and
I'm
say,
picking that
he
down
call
tone.
and
No,
tell King get the phone out the car over the jail phone,
come
knowing
on.
damn well it tell you, knowing
Mm-hmm.
damn well it tell you when you call from a jail phone that your call is being recorded.
But
Mm-hmm.
look, he ain't got nothing to do with it. King ain't got nothing to do with it. But he said, I ain't saying shit. Like, ain't no man gonna be like, I get that phone. Not no real one. Not no real one.
He
Yep.
told him all right because he was like, "Yep." When they start calling my ass, He was already on parole.
Come on.
Let me tell
He
y'all
ain't
this
trying to
part.
go back. Look, he ain't trying to go back to prison.
But hip
When
hop, are you? If somebody call you from jail, say hip hop, get that phone. I'm gonna need you go in that car, get the copper. What you gonna do? What you gonna say? What's gonna be your
I don't even
conversation?
know. I don't even know who you talking about. What car?
Yeah, come on, come on, come on. If I'm on parole, you calling me, it ain't gotta be a little girl missing. But you talking about get this phone, and we all know this is recorded because we done both done been to jail. Man, ain't nobody going for that. Ain't nobody going for.
Man,
He don't know nothing. He just was being looking out for his homeboy. Man, ain't no street
like
dude
listen,
going for no
I
shit like that.
already told all my homies. I was like, listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm like, I got babies to get home too. So, if you do some stupid shit and you try to involve me in it, oh, I'm telling. Like,
Period.
I got to get home to my babies. You might not care about yours, but I got to get back home to mine. So I'm pretty sure that's kind of where King probably is at this point in time because he like, man, listen, I'm trying to keep my ass out of jail. That's why I had a job in the first place. And then here you come bringing these little girls up to the job.
And don't forget it, Pop. King said 2 or 3 times, you need anything? I said, damn, if he asks this nigga one more time after he done told you to get a cell phone, he in jail on a recorded
But
call. You done asked him,
you wanna
you
know,
need man, say,
look, did you but peep
you wanna
this.
know.
It was
Oh my
one
god.
part in that phone call where Cordell was getting ready to say something and he caught himself. When
Yeah,
he was like, man, listen. And he paused. And then I think that's when he asked Jarvis, you need anything?
yep, yep. Asked him a
He's
couple
finna say
times.
something, but he had to catch himself.
yeah. But see, what I was about to say is in that phone call that we heard, it was like, okay, like you just said, like he kept asking him, did he need anything? Did he need anything? To me, that sound like he trying to get he pulling information, right? So if Jarvis would have been like, yeah, I mean, like, if you can give me a cell phone or whatever, but Jarvis, as stupid as Jarvis is, he didn't fall for that shit.
He
But
didn't. He didn't. He didn't. He
but
didn't.
it's
Cause you
like
know everybody want a
that's what
bid. Let me tell you something. Everybody look for a bid in jail. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna take them
yeah,
lookouts. But Jarvis didn't.
yeah.
And stood out to me, hip hop. You so right.
That's what I said. Quit thinking with your heart and quit thinking with your heart and think with your gun. Think about it like that. And you will understand this case a little bit more. It's like we all love Nazaya. We all done fell in love with the kids and we all can't stand the family. But at the end of the day, like go back and listen to the phone calls, look at the text messages, all of that. But don't look at it with don't look at it with your heart like you care. Look at it like you don't give a fuck. And then go back
Right.
through it. And
Fact.
and look at it that way. And see what I was seeing. That's all I'm gonna say. You will figure it out.
And y'all gotta think too. King in jail. Y'all don't think him
Hmm.
writing Jarvis completely out probably would have got him unalived? Man, say. He couldn't go in there
Here?
he couldn't fully just go in that preliminary. He in jail. How about man? Y'all know how quick a nigga in jail get street shit before anybody. I don't have people call from jail and know about shit. I ain't never heard. I'm like, how they know what the fuck's going on before the streets?
Yep, that's true.
See, look. That's just like everybody keep asking like how Jarvis getting his hair cut and all of that, right? First of all, he in county, he ain't in prison yet, so they have a barber there It don't even cost nothing to get your hair cut. Okay, so he's just in there telling whoever is like making 12 cents per hour to cut his hair the way he want his hair lined up, right? Two, they don't have him. They got him like locked up most likely with other people that did similar things. So don't nobody do nothing to him.
That's what I said on Shanks.
The only
You did.
way, the only way somebody gonna get to him is when they coming from court. If they catch them on their way to the holding cells before they go back upstairs. Not that I know anything about this. I'm just saying, if they gonna get him, they gonna get him. Trust me.
Everybody know. Everybody know. Because it's a high, like I
I'm
said
just saying.
on Shanks, it's a high profile case. So everybody know. And
Hmm.
yes, he is in the county. But he request when he get to prison, he can request to go in uh what's that stuff called? Not solitary confinement, but
Ain't no
protective
solitary in. Ain't no
protective
protective custody. Ain't no protective custody or solitary confinement in Wayne County Jail. Nowhere. That's what I'm saying. At some point, if somebody want to get to him, they'll get to him.
well, okay.
I've been there. That's the only reason I know. I'm just saying.
Cause
You
I've been
walking through,
asking.
you know.
I've been asking, have he been touched yet? And I've been told no.
No, ain't nobody did nothing to him yet.
Mm-mm. I've been told no.
Like I said, what they doing is like what it's different from like when I went because it's like they separating like the types of cases and stuff, right? So they got such and such that's accused of this in the holding cell over here. They got somebody in the holding cell over here that did this. Drug dealers, the drug dealers are not in the same holding cells as people that are just there for like CCW charges. You see what I'm saying? So that's why ain't nobody did nothing to him yet. But once he get convicted, something gonna happen.
It is. I
I
believe
can
it.
kind of see that.
I believe it. I said it. I felt it. Chiwana had another good point before we get up out of here for today. She said, well, dang, since we like, basically how you were saying, Jarvis saying, what I'm saying, he's smart, he ain't as dumb as, what I'm saying, we thinking. Cause she said, just like he said, I don't know what Shannon got going on out there. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm implicating everybody over the
Mm-hmm.
phone in my own
Threw
way.
us,
You know what I'm saying?
threw us, threw us straight under the bus. I don't know what Shannon got going on.
That's what he
Hey,
said.
that's what I'm
He,
saying. Like,
he said he
his
said it's a
idea,
he said it's
love.
a whole he said it's a whole lot of line going on out there. I don't know what Shannon got going on out there.
Knowing damn well he knew everything that was going on out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
why you call. That's why you calling people saying to get the phone out the back of the seat
Come
and
on.
telling somebody to clean the car up with your
And
dumb
save
ass.
herself. Save herself too. Save yourself. So what you got to save yourself? If you just gave him the keys, I want everybody again. If she just passed her keys to him because he said, let me borrow your car, what am I saving myself from? That's what the conversation. Hey, she already went too far. They running up in everybody's shit. They don't know about me, do they? Well, man, you might as well just go and tell your part at this point, baby. You done said the motherfucking ultimate most on her, baby. Go on and tell your part.
Man,
They don't know about you? Hell, you just let him borrow the car. Well, what more do what they not supposed to know by you letting him? That's innocent to me. But oh, it's more. Okay, thank you.
man, that's what I'm saying. Like he Jarvis ain't like he's stupid, but he ain't that stupid.
Cause
He
Jarvis
know
got,
like
cause look,
okay,
everybody keeps saying, think about this though, y'all. Everybody keep wanting to go, well, he wasn't charged with Naziah at the time. Well, if they got him in jail, think about it. Why did he say they running up in everybody's shit? What was they running up in everybody's shit if he already ended up for his gun charge? Hip hop, you tell me why he told her on the 8th and he wasn't charged until a few days later that they running up in everybody's shit. What they running up in everybody's shit for?
because it's either a dope charge or an M charge off
Yep.
rip.
Yep.
Because the
See, they
police
didn't
don't run up
know.
in your house. The police don't run up in your house in Detroit for nothing other than dope charges and M charges.
Yep.
Come on. Come on.
See, they probably didn't know at that time a child was involved.
Right.
They didn't know none of that.
But
And see, that's what.
you still gotta look into why it ain't gotta be potentially about just Naziah. Why was they running up in everybody's shit if you already turned yourself in and
Right,
you
like he
already going to
said
serve your
though,
time?
dope or the other or what did you say? M charge.
M charge,
Yep.
yeah.
Because I would have thought the same
So
thing. You get what I'm saying?
that means is like listen, like growing up, like you know what I'm saying, like Detroit. What I keep trying to explain to people is Detroit is like a hub. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can find any kind of get high type situation in Detroit if you want to, because it's coming from everywhere, right? That's where a lot of the M charges and everything came from that everybody talk about, and they talk about how Detroit is so horrible. Detroit ain't that bad. Long as you manage your business, you good, right?
But pay
So,
attention, hold
like
on, hip
when
hop.
you,
Let me land this one with Lucretia.
uh,
With Lucretia saying he bought her car and he told her specifically they running up in her by shit. She said, "Are they coming to mine?" He said, "I don't know." At that point in my mind, I was like, Jarvis think they caught on about Naziah. That's what I took. Cause why are you telling Lucretia? You know what I'm
he
saying?
was telling her, he was telling her to hit, he was telling her to clean that car so the dogs wouldn't hit on it.
Mm.
See,
You
I
get
ain't
what I'm
gonna lie.
saying?
If that was me and somebody called me up with that, like wipe the car down. First off, I'm not wiping nothing down, but I would have thought in my mind, this you didn't did some foul shit.
Yeah, you
Well,
automatically think the desire because
but
when it
see,
come out, look at
but
that
that's because
time
you got sense.
we didn't know what he was saying to her on the 8th, and that people are right that the charges wasn't there yet. But once he told her to wipe down that car and wipe everything down he touched, he automatically in his mind thought Nazai. Once you get the transcripts, now we heard, and she done said what she said at the preliminary. I'm like, oh, he thought in his mind they was already on to him, and they wasn't. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, wait. So
Cause what she
let
wiping
me
stuff
go
down
back
for?
to
If they going for dope, it don't make sense. You
no
feel me?
the bo- no. That's what I'm saying. You do gotta wipe it down for dope. So like if it like dogs hit on like if they send out the right dogs, they sniffing for everything, right? They got two sets of dogs. They got the drug sniffing dogs and they got the cadaver babies, right? So they come out there and they trying to see what they find. So if you wipe it down with a like like a Lysol wipe,
So you really thinking it was at that time that call was about dope. Now that once we get from that phone call a
no,
year later, we at this preliminary and
no.
she's saying what she said.
But no, what I'm saying is, I promise you, they didn't have just cadaver sniffers. They had the dope sniffing dogs too, so they can put, like I said, they can hit him with more charges. But you see, they ain't hit him with no drug charges.
Right, exactly.
My
They hit him
personal
with them.
opinion.
They hit him with them M charges. They something hit on something.
My personal opinion, like I said, if that was me, I would have automatically thought if somebody called me up and be like, wipe everything down, and in that car, I'ma automatically think of a M. You done did something in this car. I ain't gonna think about no
Right.
drugs.
I
I'ma
ain't
think
either.
about an M. And
I
I
Since
ain't
I
thought
only
about
wiping
it
went up
that
in
nothing
the
way when I
world,
down.
told
I
somebody to
automatically
wipe a
think
car
about it.
down.
Again.
You hear me though? I'm not gonna lie.
But
I've
he
thought
said
about it a
he
couple
said wipe out
times.
everything I touch.
Now that right there was where it got interesting for sure. How she know everything that you touched?
Right.
Right.
But I thought she just said
So
only
with
thing you
that,
did was come and get the keys to the car. That was it. So I was like, well, damn, it's
right?
more to this than what you said.
Cause
And
what that sound like? That sound like
go
she
stay
was
at
there,
your mama
right?
house. So if I just let you borrow my car, why I gotta go stay at my mama house? Why I gotta go drive a different car? So you know what I'm saying? So what do she know you touch? How she know what you touch? Cause you ain't talking about it in the house. You got to be just strictly talking about the car. Cause go drive your mama car, drive your brother car. You know what I'm saying? Go to your
Mm-hmm.
mama house, stay at your mama house.
That baby probably was
I'm
in
just
that car.
saying. My whole thing is for him to say wipe down everything that I touched. How would she know everything that you touched if she wasn't there?
There, let's
Right,
go hip hop.
right,
Period.
right,
Period.
right.
That's why I'm like, I done had to deal with going back behind and figuring out what happened to my homies or whatever. You feel me? So it's like this story, the story of it is like, I don't know. It's like it breaks my heart because all that baby wanted was love. And you had the grandma a predator, the auntie a predator, the other auntie a predator, the uncle, we don't know what the hell going on with him. He's supposed to be an officer, and then you got another predator. Then the pastor a predator, the evangelist, we don't know what the hell he is. He being a predator on Vari and all kind of shit. Like what the hell? Like them kids ain't have a chance. So that's why it bothers me so much. Like, cause all of the people that should be available to give you some guidance and some help have failed you, and it's terrible. Like, it's sad. It's sad. I can't say it's not. Like, what the hell? That shit
But let
hurts
me
me
take
when
it
I
back.
think
Let me
about
take
it.
it run it back too. If and
Mm,
you know, cause we at this point, this is the last thing I wanna ask you and Sean. I said all these people and we got people trying to save King. If King looked at the news and seen that there was Naziah that was at the shop, why he didn't call?
mm.
Why he didn't call and say, I've seen she was here. You get what I'm saying? Why did it take Tijuana to call Shannon after she talked to him and called the detective? Let's talk about it.
Cause
Why
he
didn't
in on
King
it.
do the right
He know
thing?
more. He know more than what he's
Come
saying.
on. Come on, sis.
I'm for real. He know more than what he's
Come
saying.
on. Why he
I
didn't do
don't
the
care
right
what
thing?
nobody
Why he
say.
didn't do the right thing and say, dang, I seen that little girl. Let me call somebody and let them know. You know what I'm saying? Come on. And but now
Look,
he tell it. Make
let
it
me
make
tell
All
sense.
you.
right, so hold on. Hold on. Let me cut in just for a second. I'm gonna let you go ahead and take over after that. But if you watch that, if you watch that, if you watch it, King calm is hell. King know that he ain't got nothing to worry about. They ain't got no proof on him if he did do something, right? So when you watch that video of him doing his testimony, King never stutters, he never lies, he never like skips a beat. Go back and watch it. Like the transcript will tell you exactly what he said, but It's a difference between what he said and how he said it. He was the calmest nigga in there. King know he got some information. That's what I'm saying. That's why he was
Absolutely.
they dropped that M charge real quick.
But
Absolutely.
I believe he is lying. For one, I wanted to say this. He When he mentioned about Jarvis taking her home, are you gonna take her home? And Jarvis said no. There's no way. I said this on Shank's panel. There's no way in the world I'm just gonna ask you that one time. Now it's getting later and later. You get what I'm saying?
My bad.
It's getting later and
Yeah, my
later.
bad.
And we still hanging out with a 13-year-old and we two grown men. Come on now. I'ma ask
Mhm.
you again, dude, what we doing over here? She
And
I'm
don't
gotta
just
forget,
go.
and
saying.
don't forget, Sean, he didn't see him in court twice. Standing
Yes,
up, six
yes,
foot something tall, knowing
yes,
sit down. Do you see him? Y'all the only two in the jumpsuit. If you go back and look in the courtroom, it was small and wasn't that many people up in there for you not to see him. So
yes,
he
and
was telling, but he wasn't telling either.
yes.
Let's call a spade a spade.
And not only that, I believe he doing when he mentioned about her bringing the truck up there. First off, this is what made me think about something. That young lady that supposedly has the truck is not a baby mama. That was
So
supposedly
wait,
No, it's
Jarvis'
not.
so wait.
fiance.
He
So
said it
he
two
said,
times that was that baby that
"Yep, yep."
that was his baby
He
Baba.
said, "Baby mama." He said, "Yeah, she brung the truck up there, but I didn't find the phone." That young lady said they came and took my truck while I
And
was
she,
in the
they said, did you
hospital.
go to 9,000 corners? She said, no. They said, well, did you ever talk to Cordell King? Cordell Wright? She said, no.
Nope. So he
After
doing a
Jarvis
lot
went
of
to
lying.
jail. Come on, man. It's right there.
Hmm. Yep.
It's right there.
Everything right there in your face. They know who they know when that phone came out that car. They know when Jarvis told him to get the phone out the car, who exactly it actually was that he was talking about. Man, come on now. We 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 way smarter than that. You feel me? It's
And
not
I
hard
would.
to figure out. Like listen. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Just like some little boy was like messaging my daughter on Instagram talking crazy, right? I told him, I was like, listen here. I was like, I'm gonna need you to chill out talking to my daughter crazy because I will get your location, right? He thought I was playing. He was talking, talking trash. I sent his address back to him in less than 10 minutes. So I know the police can figure out everything, every location, everywhere they was at, where the phone was, where this phone was, where his phone was. It's just all of the text messages are like you don't know who was saying what because some of it like seemed like it was a little bit too grown, and some of them seemed like it makes sense. But outside of that, man, I'm telling y'all, they cook.
I believe Cordell
Not,
have seen some things, and I truly
hmm
believe that Jarvis has had those children up at that shop while the shop was open, and they go
hmm
into that little private room and do whatever they gonna
Mm-hmm.
do. And I
Mm-hmm.
believe Cordell probably done seen some things. He may not have interacted, you know,
Right.
but he done seen
right.
some things. He knew what old boy was doing and just
That's
wouldn't
why
say
pay attention
nothing.
to what hip hop said. That's why he was calm. That's why he was calm. They gonna let him off. You tell us what tell because they trying to get Jarvis.
Tell
Yep.
us what you
That's
know.
who they you know what I'm saying? What you know. Cause Jarvis, come on, King and Janaya is the key pieces to Jarvis and what
Hmm.
was really going on. Nazaya
hmm
ain't here. Who worked at the shop? King. Who was at the shop
hmm
working with Nazaya most of the time? Janaya. You feel
Hmm.
me?
Hmm.
Y'all keep trying to add these little key pieces. Brooklyn said, man, Brooklyn wasn't there all the time. He
Mm-hmm.
wasn't picking Brooklyn up. He said, I picked Janaya and Nazaya up all the time from school and took them to the shop. Ain't that what he
Mm-hmm.
told the detectives?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
He picked them up from school all the time and took them to the shop to do some work.
Hey, who's that? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Drea. You saying two men, two girls? It was actually two men and three little girls that was up there at the shop a lot of times. So it's like, why would you send little girls to a car shop to help clean up? I've never understood that part. Like, come on now.
Because they wasn't cleaning up.
Yeah, well, I mean, shit.
They
They
wasn't
definitely
cleaning up.
want. But that's the thing. Like, I'm talking about the parental aspect of it all. Like, with Shannon and Annette. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, why would you send three little girls to a shop to go clean up?
No, the
And
question, wait,
y'all
hip
got
hop.
boys that could do it.
Hip hop, it's another question. Why at 2 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Are you
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
allowing your child to go out the house with their daddy or come back in the house with that is all bullshit. No,
On a
no,
school night. On a school
no,
night.
no,
Nah,
no, no.
nah,
Period. Just period.
that one,
Two
I
o'clock in
kind
the
of,
morning. Jarvis had
I got a response for it, and it's not to like, like protect this nigga or nothing. But I mean, at 2 o'clock in the morning, like I used to have like I grew up in the house. We had bars on the windows, right? But it was keys to the bars in my bedroom, right? So 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I knew I could jump out the window because my mama was asleep. Apparently, Annette barely ever came out of her room other than when she was taking the kids to school, whatever. This is like, conversation dealing with the family that said that. Like she only really pop out when it's like, a family event like a birthday party or something like, but for the most part she be in her bedroom.
that shop was his
Your grandma,
playground.
but that's what I'm saying. She was up she was upstairs, and you know how Detroit set up. You got these houses, you got the upstairs, you probably got about two or three bedrooms upstairs. You probably got another bedroom downstairs or two, and then you got the basement. Messiah used to be in the basement all the time. You ain't hearing that door from all the way up there. He knew that. That's why he would ask her if you paid attention to the messages. She was in the basement. He knew, but that's
That's
what I'm
true.
saying. Like that's why everybody like, how did nobody know he was coming in there? This and that. First of all, he's somebody baby daddy that lives in the house, and he coming through the side door. Ain't nobody thinking about it because they just looking at it like, oh, that's such and such.
Ain't nowhere in the world my daughter's father can come and first off, he ain't dropping her off at 2 o'clock in the morning. He ain't coming to get her
Mm-hmm.
at no 2 o'clock in the damn
Mm-hmm.
morning.
But
I don't
that's
give a damn.
And then we gotta wait for
right.
everything to come out on Annette's end because Jarvis told the detectives Annette knew everything because he would always call and tell her everything from when Naziah would ask for money and everything. Let's not
I mean,
forget.
when I look the other day, I actually sat there and watched his interview, and I was like disgusted because I was looking at the fact that, like, when he wasn't lying, he was trying to say, "Oh no, that was Naziah. No, that was her. I didn't ask her nothing like this. I didn't say nothing like that. I did this for her. I paid for her nails to get done, and this and that." Like, dog. You a disgusting
Yeah.
individual for real.
But he said
Like,
in that same breath that he told Annette when they was calling, because remember, for that, because
yeah,
they was over, because hold on, Sean, she was over saying on Shank Live tonight, that wasn't no Shannon. But if y'all go back to the detectives, when Jarvis was talking to the detectives, he said he didn't know if it was Naziah or Shannon or who was texting him at some point. Did he not? Did he not
man.
say that? Did he say that he didn't know who was texting his phone? Correct.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he
Okay.
did lie. He lied about that too.
But
But
why?
I'm
But
like,
why do you feel like he?
man,
That's what I'm saying. We saying some people saying he lying. How we know at this point what's the lies and what's the truth? We can't just specifically say everything's lies. Everything hell, we don't know who lying. Everybody's telling all these different stories, and that's why I'm saying with everybody.
right,
Oh, he lying. She lying. He lying. The evangelist lying. Oh, Kiwana lying. Oh, they lying. Hell, we don't know. They don't. It's been so much shit being said. We don't know. We don't know. Why
man.
won't nobody just say we don't know what's the truth and we don't know what's fake just because it ain't came out from them yet? We don't
Man,
know.
that's why, like, at the end of the day, right? Like, I'm kind of just looking at it this way. Like, I'm waiting on it to all kind of like come together at the end in the trial or whatever it is that they're gonna do because it's too much. It's too much left and right going on with this case and who did what and who didn't do what. But I mean, we can see certain stuff, but there's so much extra stuff up under the table that it's hard to keep up with. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were in Detroit, like I said, like you've been hearing about the case. It's not like it's new to us or nothing like that. So it's like we've been keeping our eye on it, but man, there's so much going on with that case and
But
dealing with
pay
the
attention. Okay, let me
family
ask you
and
this.
all of that. Uh,
So when Jarvis said, because we just talked about a couple of scenarios where Jarvis talked about
mm,
Shannon, told King get the phone. It could have been a case of Annette and them ain't great. Make it like they don't know. You know what I'm saying? He said I pick Annette. No, I used to go pick the kids up from school all the time. You know what I'm saying? Come to find out that was true.
So that meant one of those adults gave him the permission.
Absolutely.
exactly.
Who could have
They
gave
had to
Who could have
put that
gave him
down on
that
paper.
permission to get Naziah? They
Yep.
absolutely.
They put that
So
down
we
on
can't
paper.
say all King because I
Because
said in some
it's
ways because
only
Jarvis talk more than anybody that should be talking should be Annette and Shannon, but they haven't even said Jarvis's name yet. So I got to look at Jarvis when he say certain things, and then when he come out at the preliminary, that they knew that Jarvis would pick Naziah, and that came out of Annette's motherfucking mouth. So I said when he said Annette knew about me, I would call Annette about them calling me for nail money and all of that. You feel me? I was like, okay. So he told the truth about the pickups. Could he possibly?
well,
That's
see
why I said, I'm waiting on that.
what what y'all forgetting. Okay, before I get into that though, hold up. Like over there in that area, you have J.E. Clark, which is the school that Zanaya went to. The, and then there's another one called James fuck, what's my daughter's school? James Burton, something like that. But they're not that far from each other. They like kind of like down the street, right? So I know that when you go to these schools, you have to be on the list to pick the kids up, right? But I don't know if y'all remember that there was one person that was saying something about like somebody came and picked her up and they saw her head going up and down in the car or something. And that to me, I felt like okay, that sounds like you want some victim blame and shit.
But hold on,
That's
hip hop, hold on. If you go back
mhm.
to when that incident allegedly happened, remember the daddy hit Mark D panel and said Annette called him and said some man was at the school pretending to be a daddy. How we Jarvis been picking him up. So why that one incident when she called him and say somebody at the school pretending to be her daddy? Because remember, I said Annette was trying to get ahead of that incident. You know what I'm saying? Because she ain't called him no other time. Because he said he picked him up from school all the time. She testified to that as well. So why not call him all the time versus that one time? And you saying he got to be on that paperwork. That incident happened, and she thought that they was gonna get in touch with that father, I think, and that's why that phone call took place. I don't know, because he ain't here to answer that no longer. But I really think she was trying to get ahead of the school, calling the father on the list as well to tell him about this incident, and Annette got ahead of it. Because he said he hadn't heard from Annette in ages at that point.
But
Right.
he
But
wasn't really trying to
I
be
personally,
around because he had an
Right, no,
affair.
I'm not talking about him being around. Listen what I'm
Oh,
saying. He said Annette called him after blue. Something about some man at the school, and then somebody him pretending to be her father, and and stuff. And he said he was confused about the phone call, but it couldn't have been about Jarvis picking his eye up because he said he picked him up all the time. So that
mm,
means why didn't you call the father all the time? And he said at that point he hadn't heard from Annette in a long ass time, and he was confused about the phone call. So I felt like Annette was trying to get ahead of the incident, thinking the school was going to call him about that incident, and they never did. But one thing about Annette, she tried to get ahead of anything.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's why I
see,
said,
and I
damn,
look
I
at
wish
it
the
this
father was
way,
here. I
like,
said, damn, I wish the father was here to be able to, you know what I'm saying? But he got to tell his story, and I'm glad he did because it bring a little bit more light to certain situations. Like you said, hip hop, the head situation, her going out the back door, and stuff for the school, you know what I'm saying? And her getting in trouble and things like that.
and
Because I
taking
said,
off running and all of that. That story sounded like fake as hell to me. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause they was like, they tried to
and
say something to her, and she took off running. Then they saw her head going up down. I'm
but
like,
Mark
what
D
y'all
said that
not
came
about to
from a
do is sit
family
here and do
member.
this.
Mark D
They
said at the
said they
time,
came from a no. They said they came from somebody that worked at the school with that one.
mm, I got to go
And
back
I'm
and
like,
listen to that again. I'll go
yeah,
back
go
and
back
replay
and
that
pay
tomorrow.
attention. Because they said a teacher or somebody said something about her running out the school to his car, and they didn't want to tell on her or something like that. It was something stupid. You talked about it. You gonna figure out what you was talking about because you was talking about it, and I
Yeah,
was
I just
like,
got to go back and refresh
wow,
in my memory. I got to go back and refresh in
yeah.
what Mark D said. Hold on, Pebble said, but the daddy wasn't on the list. Okay, if the daddy wasn't on the list, that's even more reason why did Annette call the father and say anything about the school?
Listen, you
He
want to
wasn't
know why
involved.
you
Pay
want to
attention, hip hop and Sean. He
listen. That's
ain't
what
in
I
her
was about to
life.
say.
He ain't in her
That's what I was
life.
about to say.
Why would she call him?
The daddy wasn't involved because he wasn't around.
He didn't want to
Exactly.
Like
be
me,
around. No,
So
like
why did you call him?
I
So what
have.
did she call him
Look,
for? What did she call him for?
peep
Somebody that's
game,
absent.
peep
Somebody
game.
that's absent.
Listen, I got two baby mamas and four kids. Okay, one I was married to, and the other one I was engaged to. So it wasn't like I was just running around doing whatever. But two of my kids are the ones that know the family, right? The other two live like about 3 miles away from them. I'm on all of their pickup list or come and get pull them out list or whatever you want to call it, right? Because I'm around. Her daddy wasn't on the shit because he wasn't shit. He wasn't there. I hate to say that. I hate to say that about a lost individual, but it might not have been his fault because he probably didn't know. Well,
And
no, they kept saying that he knew
but
about her.
okay, so it goes to even more reason. Why did Annette call his ass about anything about Naziah in a school?
Because she didn't.
That's what the father said, though. You feel me?
Man, get out of here. I
I'm gonna
couldn't.
play it
I
tomorrow. I'm gonna
mean,
play that
just
clip tomorrow again, where he said it was something that happened. And
okay.
Sean, did you remember that? He's
You
saying
gotta
that on Mark Dix.
you gotta you
I
I
remember
don't think
that.
I heard that. I heard it.
I'm gonna
I
play
don't
it
know
tomorrow.
if this is the story where he was talking about how he met her mother, how he met Naziah's mother,
Yeah,
and
he said it's
how
all. That's why Naziah Harris's father speak out. He spoke on a
okay.
lot of incidents, and he said if y'all go back and listen to that live, y'all gonna hear him say she called him and said some man came to the school trying to saying he was her father, and he said he was confused about because remember he said he was in the hospital and shit, and he didn't even have a number or something. So he said he hadn't talked to Annette in a long time, so he was confused about who was trying to play a daddy and all of this. He was confused. And I said, right, because he's the absent father. So why the fuck would she call a man that ain't in her life? It didn't make sense. So when I heard about the incident with her getting in Jarvis's truck, I said, it made sense. Thank y'all. Rashida said he sure did. I know y'all got to go back and listen. He definitely said something about a school
Well,
incident
look
in the
though.
next college.
Another reason that don't make sense, right? Is because when like I got to go into the school with my kids or whatever, you go in there and they ask you for your ID. They run it through a machine and everything. So I know that some of these stories that they're talking about, because I ain't seen a school in Detroit that hasn't done that in about 10, yeah, I say about 10
Right here,
years.
but I'm not taking away from you saying he was Jarvis had to be on that list. I'm not taking that away from you. I think
No,
y'all
no,
missing
no, no,
my
no, no.
point
What I'm
of what
saying,
I'm saying because
no,
you
what
keep
I'm
going back to
saying
the list.
is, no, I'm not even think at this point. I'm not even on Jarvis. It's like, okay, I'm thinking about her daddy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they saying that he didn't know because he wasn't in contact for them. He ain't no shit because he
Right.
wasn't
But
there.
what made a neck? Because I believe the man. You know what I'm saying? The man spoke his truth that he wasn't shit and so much more. So why would he lie about a neck calling him about a school incident? Is what I'm saying.
Right.
So I'm
Yeah.
trying to say, why did Annette even call? So, because I get your point exactly. If he ain't on the school list and he's not even in her life, why the fuck did you call him? What really happened at that school where you was trying to get ahead of something that happened horribly
Right.
to Nazaria?
How she find him anyway? Because didn't he say he didn't have a phone or something
He
for
said
a
he didn't have
long
his
time?
same number. He said he didn't even. He said he didn't even know. So either he changed his number, or he said he didn't even know he even had that phone number anymore. It was something like that, Sean. Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, see if y'all remember, Barry said that he would come over and like for birthdays and stuff, and he got them bikes and stuff. So they knew who he was.
Mm.
He just wasn't. He wasn't like I guess like actively in her life like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like Vari
He
said something
was
about
his
it
secret.
in one of them in one of them interviews. Yeah,
Hold on,
because his
Corey.
wife.
Who you say didn't go to the school, Corey? Who you down there saying didn't go? Yeah, Jarvis was going to the school. He definitely said that to the detective,
Yeah,
and Annette admitted that
he
Jarvis would
said
pick
he
them up
picked
from
them up
school.
all the time. He said he picked them up all the time.
Absolutely. And Annette
Man,
admitted it. She said he would pick them up from school sometime and take them to the shop. We
Hmm.
didn't say
that
he went
shop
in. We didn't say he went in, Corey, but he was picking them up. So picking them up means that the school's supposed to take account for the who's picking the kids up on the pickup list for sure.
that shop was his
Hmm.
playground. That shop was his
And
fucking playground.
he didn't go in. They would come outside, like when you hear when you hear the description of what I was talking about,
Mm,
like
mm, mm.
they said that Naziah took off running towards his car. So it wasn't like, like it was kind of like she kind of like slipped out the door. They spotted her and she took off. And then that's when they was like, I don't know. They was talking about tell talking to the teacher, talking about don't tell my grandma.
You know what, y'all? I don't mean to
Right.
interrupt. It's no telling what kind of conversations Jarvis had with Naziah without texting and calling. You get what I'm saying?
Man,
It's
yeah,
no telling what kind of conversations they had with each other.
Mhm.
You know, she loved him. She loved him. She was infatuated, whatever the case may be, but he did not anything that he told her, she believed it. She
right.
probably thought that he was her savior. Like I could take he knew what was going on, you know, as
Yes.
far as he watched those women and how they so-called parented those kids. Shannon said herself that they didn't really watch the kids. She said it herself. They didn't really watch. We don't really watch them. They can do whatever they want to do as long as they do their homework. Am I right or wrong?
No, that's kind of yeah, that's kind of what she said. But then she turned around and was like, Miss I could walk up and down the street. That's the only thing you left off because she was trying to say that the kids did come outside. But then when she said that, we all understood that them kids wasn't outside or nothing for real. So it's like I don't know. It's kind of hard to stomach them, man. I swear.
It
She's saying
is.
It's my
things like she want to be with him. She want to cuddle with him. She loved
yeah.
him. She loved him. I just want your body on
See,
my body. She loved him. And he didn't
okay,
give a
look, and there
damn
you
about
go.
her. He didn't give a
Look,
damn
and there
about
you
her.
go. There you go. That's who love too. Somebody asked that question earlier. Like, I think Jarvis loved her. No, Jarvis loved the fact
No,
that she
no,
loved him.
no, no,
Jarvis
no,
loved
no.
that she loved him. Cause
Yeah,
it
because
ain't nothing
look,
that
y'all got to think too. When they was on Mark D's, the best friend and Shannon was sitting next to each other. He said the kids was never outside. You only seen them taking out trash and
mm-hmm.
taking out trash and in the backyard. He said he never seen them, but Shannon came right there behind him and said the kids was always running up and down the street. So that's why I say, man, we got to decipher this, and a lot of shit we just got to wait because it's so conflicting. But the neighbor said she seen them run up and down the street all the time. And
Mm-hmm.
don't forget, Annette said when they didn't allow nobody at the house. But then we done seen Zion plenty TikToks with different kids in the basement
Mm-hmm.
doing TikToks
Right.
like, so who wasn't allowed in your house?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, she ain't really had no friends. So who the
Mhm.
fuck was she hanging out with when she was riding up when she was walking up and down the street or whatever she was doing? Like y'all gotta make sense of this.
Yeah. And I want to
At
know about
least
the
make
father
your
daughter dances. Y'all heard me? Y'all don't check for father
mm,
daughter dances? Is it okay just for anybody off the street to bring their children? I mean, what we doing?
no, no.
He went to two.
See, listen, and I do know about those. So it's like you gotta in most cases you gotta buy tickets and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So of course they know who it is buying the tickets, who the daddy is that's gonna be going to this daddy daughter dance or whatever. So for me to see this sex offender, my bad, SO at a daddy daughter dance, looking like it's just regular walk through the door day or whatever, like that man, that bothered the hell out of me.
He walked around like nobody knew. He walked around like nobody knew. He
That's
did. He
crazy.
walked around like nobody knew. He was footloose and fancy free. Footloose and Fancy Free.
That's crazy.
Mm-mm.
I,
It
I
is big and
can't.
I can hold you.
Fucking Dirtball.
It's just the fact that y'all know I will lose my mind. Y'all know it's the fact that I will still be moving heaven and earth to this day. You know what I'm saying? Cause everybody keep lady Annette's the guardian. You know what I'm saying? Annette's the
Hmm.
guardian. Why is Annette not moving heaven and earth? You
Right.
know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have stopped. They'd have to lock me up to stop me from searching. Like, man, you can't I got a right to search. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't tell me not to look for mines. But
I
every time y'all
mean,
look up, y'all will hear me
we
being locked up or I'm in jail for being because I'm searching for my because they can't tell you to just stop. You can't go looking.
right.
Mm-mm.
That's
And
Mm-mm.
what
they
I'm
didn't
saying.
look. They have done nothing.
They.
Today, they have not said
I'm
Jarvis's
telling
name.
you, I
I'm trying
feel
to figure out
like,
why Shannon and Annette has not said Jarvis. They act like both of her Annette in the courtroom. She don't see him. What?
but that's what I'm saying. I feel like they probably have more than they're telling us. You see what I'm saying? Because that M charge wouldn't still be sticking to Jarvis like it is, and then they hitting them. Like I said, they hitting them with everything they can get on them, right? That's why I feel like there's more. There's more that they found than what we know about.
And then I had King
That's
King on
why.
the panel. King is like, nah, nothing happened with Nazaya and the little girl in the school. Annette testified that two incidents happened in the school with Nazaya and the little girl. See, y'all got to go back and read what's said versus what they telling y'all. They got on the stand and said something else, and that's fixed. Because don't forget, they asked Jarvis about that same exact fight. He said, what he say? Y'all got to ask Annette about that. You feel me? Jarvis know what
Mm-hmm.
he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, listen. You know, I've been rocking with you, two, Cold Piece, Shank Rock. I've been rocking with y'all for a minute now. It's like, so I listen to all of y'all viewpoints and just pick up on whatever. You see what I'm saying? Pick up on stuff. But it's like, what I want to say is like, what bothers me is like, okay, like, it's like they whatever they did, and they got rid of this little girl, and I'm trying to figure out, my me personally, I'm trying to sit here and figure out like, what could they have done with her. You see what I'm saying? And
I
it
say the same
bothers
thing.
me. And it bothers me. It's like, I'm like, man, like, what could they have done? Because I mean, of course, you got one of the biggest rivers in the world running through here, and it's not the Rouge River; it's the Detroit River. That's the one that you got to think about. Um, ain't and no, it's not like you have alligators to eat or nothing like that. The Rouge River, none of that type of stuff. So it's like, man, what could they have done with this baby?
Not only that, it's the clothes that she supposedly wore that day.
Come on, Sean.
That stuff is gone. But here pops up
Man,
this pink onesie.
Come on. Let's go, Sean.
And I ain't gonna
all right,
lie. I think about this. Either she had that on underneath her clothes, or
that's
either
what I was
wherever
saying.
she was at, she put
We
that
dress in
on.
layers,
She
right?
she
We
may have
dress in
even put
layers.
that on. Yes, yes, you have to dress in layers, Detroit. But either she
Hmm.
had that on underneath her clothes or she had it with her. And they
But
had,
they
or
said,
wherever she was at, they had her put that on to get rid of the other clothes. It's just
Come on.
too
So come on. What
much.
but
Sean
you
saying hip
heard,
hop, because what Sean saying hip hop is okay. Just say she took the pink jumpsuit. Where's the blue shit? The
right?
powder blue shit. Where is that shit at? Why are we only looking for something that she didn't have on? Because y'all said she didn't come home from school. So where the hell is the
Mm-hmm.
school clothes? Because if she didn't come home from school, we only seeing school clothes. Who the fuck said she had on a pink jumpsuit? Annette didn't. Annette
I
said powder blue.
mean,
Shannon said something different.
I
Who?
mean,
Jarvis never said a
wait.
pink jumpsuit. Hold
Hold
on.
on, hold on. I'm about to
You
give it to you.
said.
I'm about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you.
Now you gotta
First
give
of
me who
all,
said. You gotta give me who said
you
that she had
should
on that pink jumpsuit. Yeah, who said she had on that
listen.
pink one?
Like, who said? I don't remember who said that shit, but on some real shit, just knowing the terrain, right? You feel me? It's like, okay, one, all of the shit where where she disappeared from was like on the east side, and I'm not talking about like you just cross over the border. It's like way on the east side where they found the onesie that had her DNA and shit is way on the west side.
Yes, that's the
Like,
part
so it's like they were scattering whatever the fuck they had.
as a throw off.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, cause 7 Mile and Berg and
Okay, so hold that
three
thought.
and
Hold that
Three
thought.
Mile
Hold that
and
thought.
Cornwall or whatever it was. That's like a really like, because they show you on Google Maps like because they talking about driving the speed limits or whatever, but
Okay, so hip
it's
hop.
really
You
like
and
about
Sean just
45
said.
minutes to across the city. What's
You and
up?
Sean just said something about where they could have scattered the clothes to throw off. I'm asking y'all, who said anything about a pink onesie ever?
Nobody, nobody,
Absolutely.
nobody,
Nobody.
That's all I wanted to be answered. Who
But
testified
that's
to
what
a
I'm
pink onesie?
saying.
But
nobody.
you
But
ain't
but
saying
but
you saying
but
something about scattered clothes. That ain't telling me which one of them, because Shannon
hold
did
on,
not
hold on, hold
testify.
on,
The
hold on,
teacher,
hold
Annette,
on,
show me where
because
in the transcripts.
hold on, because Sean said, like, yes, we dress in layers in the wintertime in Detroit, right? So nobody is going to tell you to look for a pink onesie
But guess
if
what?
it's not
Wait a minute,
visible.
Sean. Hold on, hip hop. The detective said they was told to look for a pink onesie. Nothing never came up about powder blue or nothing. So how you gonna say layers? It ain't about
Not a
the layers
powder,
of clothes. They said they was
not
always
a powder
told
blue
to
shit
look.
is different. The powder
No,
blue shit
Shannon.
is different. Cause
Y'all missing what I'm saying. Hip
no, I'm
hop.
not. No,
You
I'm
miss.
not.
No,
No,
yes,
no,
you
no,
are.
no.
Yes,
No,
sir. Yes,
I'm not.
sir.
I'm about to tell you why I'm not
No, you
missing it.
cannot. No, you
Because
can.
when
I
I
didn't ask
saw,
you nothing. I didn't
listen,
ask you what you Grace say.
when
I
I
said
saw the
who
missing
testified.
flyers,
I didn't say what she
when
had
I
on
saw the
under the
missing
layers
flyers,
or nothing.
right?
You're
But
missing my
listen,
point,
when I saw, no, I'm not. When I saw the missing
man. Say
flyers, listen, when I saw the missing flyers on Schoolcraft, it didn't mention anything about anything blue.
the granny testified and said she had on powder blue. Hip hop is what I'm telling you. She didn't say,
I know what you're
man.
saying.
Say
I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is, when I saw the
let me ask
missing
this, Chad. Am
flyers,
I making
they was
sense?
talking about the Nickelodeon coat. You see what I'm saying? They was
Listen
talking
what I'm
about like
saying
some
to you, hip hop.
a pair of
Hold on.
Jordan ones.
Sean, let me talk hip hop real quick. So, Sean, when you heard the testimony, I'm going back strictly the testimony. What did Annette say she had on when she left out? I'm not talking about what she had on under, because you can't see
School
under.
uniform. If I'm
Okay.
not mistaken, I think she said she
Yes.
had
She
on a
said
school
she had on a
uniform.
powder blue shirt. She had on some powder blue jeans,
Yep,
and she had on okay.
black. The
So
black.
whether
The
she whether she had on a pink onesie underneath the clothes is not even what I'm talking about. She might have had it on, like you said, or even had it with her, right? So when the
Mhm.
green, if you say, Sean, what your granddaughter had on, you said she had on purple. Okay. Shannon, what did she have on? You say something different. The teacher said she had on a plaid coat. The detective said what they was looking for. They never said nothing blue. They said they was looking for a pink onesie. So I go back through the transcripts and say, well, damn, Nobody ever mentioned a pink onesie. Who told y'all that she had on a
Mm-hmm.
pink onesie? Only the
Mm-hmm.
motherfucker that did something to her could have told
Mm-hmm.
y'all about a pink onesie. Annette didn't testify to it. Shannon, nor did Jarvis. Who told
Mm-hmm.
y'all she had on a pink onesie?
Because it was a
But
shoe
that's
in
what
that
I'm
pink
saying.
onesie, wasn't it?
And then remember her shoes
Yeah.
would not. Annette said her shoes was blue and white. How the fuck did we get to red and white? Who
Red,
told y'all
white, and
that?
But
black.
what I'm
What red, white,
but
and
that's
black?
what
It
I'm
Who told y'all
wasn't the
saying.
that?
shoe.
The
Wasn't the
flyer
shoe
that I
inside
saw.
of the one of the pink onesie?
But how did she switch shoes? Who told them to? Who knew she switched shoes if they didn't see her? If
Mm-hmm.
they didn't see her, and they didn't testify to her having on red, black, and white, and neither did Jarvis. Who told them to look for these specific items is the motherfucking key.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. What I was saying is like over on the west side, it was I don't know if it was a different flyer, but they said something about a Nickelodeon coat and like jeans and something, but it didn't say nothing about blue shoes or none of that.
Whether it was black and white shoes, they didn't say nothing about the red and white one. When Annette and them testified, they Barry the one who said something about red and white shoes. If you see me last, Shine, the day I'm missing, and I got on, if I got on white and blue, what are you looking for if I'm missing?
The
The
white
last
But
and
day you
now
blue.
are
see
you
me is
under
white and
look, but
blue.
now are you understanding why you can't find somebody if you don't know what the hell to look for?
But the detective stated in the trial, in the preliminary, they was told to look for a pink onesie. They never mentioned any other color, is what I'm telling you. They didn't mention what she wore to school and was missing it.
Okay.
How would they know to look for something pink? You're missing my
Okay, so the
point, hip
only
hop.
no, I'm not missing your point. I get what you're saying now. So it was probably like what all was she wearing? And of course when you're putting a description of what to look for, you putting out like the surface clothes that people would like recognize and see. But
Right.
if 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 you're talking about like a onesie or something that they would like a bodysuit or whatever you want to call it that you would wear under clothes, it would be like okay, and she was probably wearing such and such.
But they
You
didn't
see what
say
I'm
nothing
saying?
about a pink onesie.
Right?
Right.
They're not because no, because you're not going to look for what's supposed to be like up under the clothes if you're looking for somebody,
Exactly.
right?
So who told them?
You ain't
Who
gonna
told them?
you ain't gonna
Who
tell
told them
nobody look
about
for a
the
pair
pink
of
onesie?
Hanes, huh?
That's what I'm asking.
I
That's why I
don't.
said pay
No, that's what I'm
attention.
saying.
Who
I don't know who
So that's the
put
key
them up
to
on the
the
pink
that's the
onesie.
key to whoever told y'all to look for a pink onesie. Who knew? Because the mama
I,
and the granny and Annette said she had on a powder blue and a uniform. So where did the pink onesie ever come from?
underneath the clothes. That's what I'm saying.
But they didn't
See,
see. They did not testify to the hip hop. As I said, man, thank y'all for coming through. Hip hop
no,
is the whole point that I'm making. He's
no.
going
What
on.
I'm
They
saying.
didn't testify to under the clothes. Nobody testified to what she had on under the clothes. So how can they look for what's under the clothes if nobody said anything about what's under her
No, but
clothes?
that's what I'm saying. We don't know who told them where her underwear might be, because that's exactly what it actually would be at that point in time with her underwear. Now the
You
other clothes they lied about, right?
he missing my point. You still missing my point, hip hop. If you have on, just say, okay, I'm gonna just explain it like this. You leave
Mm,
out the house. I see you in black and white, right? But
mm.
I just testified hip hop got on black and white. Say you got on a whole Timberland jumper under there. You know what I'm saying? I don't see the Timberland jumper. I only testify to what I can see on the outside, which is black and white. Now the
We
police
saying the
say,
same.
what? No, you not. You're definitely not saying nothing
We
I'm
really
saying.
saying the same. We saying
No,
the
sir,
same
we're
thing
not.
for
No,
real.
we're not. If
It's just
somebody
that you
say,
focused on somebody seeing the pink jumpsuit, and I'm saying that it's under everything else that they was trying to say was there.
But she trying to
That's
say,
the only
oh,
thing.
never mind. How
Sean,
did
go ahead.
anybody know about the pink jumpsuit?
No, because like if you're telling somebody to look for somebody, they're not gonna tell you to look for your underwear. They're gonna tell you to look for what you was wearing. That's
But
all
guess
I'm
what?
saying.
Pay attention, hip hop. Right, you're right. But they said the detective said somebody told them to look for a pink jumpsuit,
Right,
nothing else.
right.
Who told? That's
Okay,
what I'm
and
saying.
okay, and who was the person that identified the shoe?
Barry's friend.
Because the shoe,
No,
one of the shoes was
who
Yes,
did
inside
he
of the
did.
pink
who did
jumpsuit.
Barry's
who did
friend,
Shannon
Barry's friend,
exactly?
Barry's friend.
And
No, sir. Barry's friend called him on FaceTime, and Barry said, "That's my sister's shoe."
right,
And Barry
and
called
that's my
Detective
sister's
Shannon
shoe.
Jones.
So, like I said, who knew who it was? Her brother identified the
Absolutely not,
shoe.
because the Border Patrol said they told him to look for a pink jumpsuit, and that's what he went out there for. He found it.
No, the border patrol was looking for somebody completely different. Go back and
No,
watch that.
sir.
They was looking for somebody else,
No,
and
he
they just
wasn't.
so happened
No,
to
he
come across
wasn't.
it.
No, he wasn't. He
That's
said
why
they
they
was
let.
looking for
Listen.
specific. He said
That's
they
why
was
they
looking
left
for
that shoe
specific
sitting in the
items,
tree.
and he found them. He said they was looking for specific items,
Hmm.
and they found them. And that's when he said he made the little. He had like tracking devices for where they can come. He said, "Well, did you bag the clothes?" He said, "No, I was only told to look for these specific items. I tagged them and I sent I left coordinates for where they was." So then
Hmm.
Detective Shannon said Barry's friend FaceTimed him and said, "Look," he said, "those my sister's shoes." He called the detective and she followed the coordinates of the Border Patrol agents. The Border Patrol agent seen
All
him
right.
before Barry's
Nah.
friend.
Nah. See,
But
I
Yes,
want you to
because
go
it was
back.
it was
You
Sean,
are
supposedly
you are
balled up.
correct.
Can I
Listen,
say
no, you
something
are
real quick?
correct.
It was
Go ahead. Go
supposedly
ahead. Go
ball.
ahead.
I'm sorry for interrupting. That pink
No, you good.
onesie was supposedly balled up, and it was a shoe inside of that onesie. They
Yeah.
spreaded it out. The border patrol person spreaded that onesie out, and
absolutely.
they had to
Hmm.
take pictures of that onesie. And it was a shoe with that onesie, but then I think it was a shoe somewhere else. Everything looked like it was planted purposely. It wasn't thrown. And whatever was
But
out
that's what
there
I'm
was
saying.
fresh.
That's what I'm saying. If you pay attention to his testimony, he says they were there to look for somebody else, which is why they
No, he
didn't
didn't.
collect the evidence.
No, he said he wasn't told. They said, "Did you bag it?" He said, "I wasn't told to bag it. I was only told to go and take notes."
Because
And he said, "I
he
left
didn't
coordinates."
bag it. He didn't bag it because
Because
they
he said
weren't
they
there
said
to
not
look
to
for
bag it. He said he
Naziah.
wasn't told. No, he said he wasn't told to bag it. That's what he
That's
said.
why they were told not to bag it. That's what I'm saying. They were told not to bag it because they were not looking for Naziah. They were looking for somebody else.
Do any of the
That's
moderators
why.
got the? Let me get the track. Vic said no, he did. Thank you, Big. I know what I read. Let me get these. Give me a second, y'all. I wasn't even trying to be here this long. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me get my evidence. And so
Like,
y'all know
cause
how I
from what
got.
I remember watching, I mean, I might, if I'm wrong, I will apologize all day.
I'm
But
right to
it seemed like, from what I can remember, that they was looking for somebody else, and that's why they was even over there. That's
No, they
why
wasn't looking for somebody
Roxy and
else.
No, they
Roxy
wasn't
and
looking
such
for
and
somebody
such was
else.
across
No,
the
sir.
street. That's why
No,
Roxy
sir.
and them was across the street looking behind um Greater Grace Church.
No,
No,
sir.
hip hop. They wasn't looking for somebody else. They were looking for her. Yeah, they were looking for her.
Her stuff. Yeah. They were looking for her stuff. And that's why I said, if you go back hip hop, I did a couple of lives about it. Because I said, well, who just leaves stuff there? They said, but they asked you. They said, did you bag it up? He said, no. I was only told to go take notes, pictures, and he said, and leave coordinates. And I left coordinates for where they could find it. And he
Hold
said,
up
I sent
though.
the report in.
Hey, Miss
Hold on. He said,
Parker.
I sent the report in, and that's all I was told to do.
Miss Parker. I don't know if you remember what I was telling you. Like, there's there's always clothes and shit over there, just like threw off the just laying there and shit.
All right, I got it right here. Let me get these. Let
I
me
don't
get
know
these.
if you remember that.
Let me
You hear
get
me? I
these.
don't
I
know if
got
you
the
remember
notes.
that. I
I got
told
the
you
notes.
that.
Hold on, I'm about to
I
shut
was
it
like, it's
down.
always clothes. I hear you.
Yes, Shannon Jones, Detective Jones testified to it's a lot of clothes over there. That's not what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I'm saying because I said, why didn't she grab everything? Because I said it could have been the blue stuff over there. That's the powder blue, the uniform. But she said she
there's a
wasn't
whole
taking
bunch of stuff
all
that
the
could be
clothes.
over
There was
there.
a whole bunch of clothes over there. And she wasn't bagging up everything,
Mm,
is what the woman testified and said.
yeah,
And those clothes look fresh. So that's why they
And
ended
he
up
even
going
said
over
it.
there.
He
but
said they
that's the
wasn't the
thing
first
though.
day
Like, if
going.
you ever go over there, a lot of those clothes look fresh. People keep talking about the shoes looking clean. I asked somebody like, okay, so you ever paid attention to the shoes that hang off of a power line when people selling
Oh,
they letting you know it's there. Those shoes will be clean as hell
all right.
forever.
I would like to read these. Can I read these real quick? Y'all cool? Let me read these.
Go ahead, go ahead.
They said people called Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes. I'm I'm going to request permission to share my screen. They swarm in and they said, "Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?" He said, "I'm Wyatt Barnes. How are you employed? I work for the United States Border Patrol agent. How long have you been employed by the U.S. Border Patrol agent? 14 years. And were you working on March 12th, 2024? Yes, and exactly what capacity were you working in? He said, I was in search and rescue capacity. That was our primary job. My primary job. He said, and were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people? He said, with the team. There was a sizable team that day. And what is it that you guys was doing? We was responding to a missing person. Okay, in that area, which area are we talking about? He said 7 Malienberg. And what was your role in searching 7 Malienberg area? I was searching the riverbank of River Rouge. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Malienberg area. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for? He said, just nothing solid, but there was just some like child size clothing things, anything that had been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water on the riverbank. Okay, so were you kind of looking for maybe some child clothing? He said yes. Okay, and did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit the description? Look, that would fit the description. Yes. And where was that at? He said that was south of 7 Malienberg near an abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet. When you found the articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role? He said, so there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to age it and make sure that it's something that could possibly be related. Then I'm just going to immediately report a picture to the incident command so they can send people to properly inspect it. And when you say agent, what do you mean by agent? Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years or it's some garbage that's washed up. That's all. And in this search in particular, what was the kind of time frame that you were supposed to be like using aging? He said recent, like within a month or two. Okay, so would it still look new? He said, so when you find items, you said that you aged, and then you kind of report them to the incident command. Yes. And how is it that you report that to them? Do you use like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone? He said via radio. He said, okay, yeah, via radio. And there's usually some type of chat, but I didn't. I was communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander, and then they would divvy those out to the detectives. Okay, and what is it that you find in this case? He said, I don't know if it's the right term for it, but it's like a onesie. It was mostly balled up in the brush with the shoe inside of it. And so I pulled it. I didn't know if it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out the brush just to kind of open it and see what it was. Then once I saw that it was clothing, with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident command. And when you are touching these items, are you wearing gloves? Yes. Do you recall to describe the color, the onesie color, anything like that? He said pink. Obviously, the size, I don't. Small. And what about the shoes? the shoe type that you found. It was a small Nike shoe. Okay. And he said something and it was, and he said, sorry. He said it was inside the onesie, which was inside out. Okay. Were you instructed to recover those at the time? He said, like, bag them and bring them somewhere. He said, yes. He said, no. He said, okay. He said, I wasn't. He said, well, how do you, I guess, convey to someone where the items are? He said, GPS coordinates. Okay, did you author like a paragraph report in this case? He said, yes. And did you include the coordinates in the report? Yes, and they were incorrect in the report. I just went over yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want them. So I'm
Okay.
just saying what he was
So
looking
what
for
I'm
was
trying
that.
to right, that's what he was looking for, but he wasn't looking for what you just said. That's why they told him not to bag it and bring it. I wasn't saying that like
But if
it
they say go
wasn't
look for the
her.
kids' clothes and he find them, why would they tell him not to? Do that make sense, Sean?
I'm listening to y'all.
That you are on a case like this, and you say, well, just leave it. You know what I'm saying? Just take a picture
That's
of it.
because he on another case. That's what I was saying. I
No, he
But
said
wasn't
he was
but
saying
it
just out
that
there
wasn't
to look for them kids' clothes. For the kids' clothes. He stated that.
hip hop. He wasn't looking for somebody else's clothes. He was looking
he
for
was looking
her
for a certain
clothes.
size clothes.
He was
And
looking
I
for
mean,
kids'
like he did.
clothes.
That's where look, and
He said a
that's where
missing
Jarvis
person.
gonna get off on that one because they say look for kids' clothes. There was another little girl missing around the same time.
Mm.
I know because I was here.
But even if that is, see, I don't know about that. But even though even if it was another little girl that was missing, the pink onesie was identified as Nazia's because
Yeah,
of the
because her
DNA.
DNA was there.
Right. And by
But
it
you
being
see, like
inside out, it's
my thing
almost
is
like
they left the shoes, they left the like everybody kept I saw it was like, okay, where was the other shoe? The other shoe was about 35 feet away from the other one.
because
Let me see.
it's a setup. It's like it's a throw off. The stuff, the way that everything looked is like they planted it there on purpose. Everything looked planted on purpose. And the way
Like he
that
took
and the
pictures
way
and
that
everything.
onesie was like for it to be inside out. I'm thinking in my mind, she probably
They
had it
pulled it
on.
off of her.
That's exactly it. That's exactly what I was about to say. They pulled all that stuff off of her. But still, the question is, where is the top layers? Where's the coat and where's the top layers? She had, it's evident, she had the hoodie on because it's too much evidence on the right side of that hoodie. Too much uh, blood. Can I say that? It's too much on the right side of that
See,
hoodie. So
that's what I was
something
wondering
happened
before
to
I
her.
said it.
Something happened to her.
Yeah, something happened to her. But it's like, I know that I remember Detroit 300 out there looking for her. I forgot the other name. I forgot the name of the other group that was out looking for her. But everybody was like, it was a whole bunch of people out looking for her. But the when the police was out looking at that point in time, like I said, I can't remember the other little girl, but they were looking for her, and that's why, like they just kind of they left it there. He was told to leave it there because that wasn't his assignment. He was looking for somebody else. He just so happened to come across Nazia's items. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm. I didn't know that there
And
was
that's
another little
why,
girl.
yeah. So when I when I figure out what her name was. I'm gonna send it to Miss Parker or whatever, so y'all know what I'm talking about. But it was another little girl missing around the same time. Cause it's like in Detroit, even since I was younger, like runaways and things of that nature, where they just kind of they disappear. Some of them really don't disappear. They just don't want to be where they was at. So it's like, yeah, I pay attention because, like I said, I got kids, so I pay attention to all of that. But they said they was looking for another little girl, and if you go back and look at Roxy, her videos or whatever, she was talking about they was looking for somebody else, and that's when they found Naziah stuff. If I'm not mistaken, I think Roxy was the one that said that.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
see
what I'm saying.
anything on the
Like,
news where they was looking for somebody else. It was strictly Naziah.
listen here, when you in the neighborhood and you seeing missing posters and stuff, it's a little different. The news can't cover everything.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And you hearing about people like people walking around talking about we looking for such. You don't see all of that on the news. You can't use the news for everything. So it's like, somebody walk up and hand you a flyer and be like, okay, you seen this little girl or you seen this little boy, and they hand you a flyer, and it's like, well, nah, I ain't seen them, but if I do see them, I like try to like I'll let y'all know this and that. That's like I wasn't even trying to be boots on the ground. It was just the simple fact that I'm moving around and people asking me questions. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But that's how I knew that somebody was looking for another little girl. They said something about it on the news, but it wasn't nothing that stayed on the news long. I'm just saying I know that they were looking for somebody else because I remember them talking about it. Like,
So they were
he
so he
kind of
wasn't
said
looking
it.
for Naziah. So the border patrol wasn't looking for Naziah's clothes. He just was sent to look for
No,
a missing girl. Any another missing girl's clothes.
that's why they was drudging. They was drudging the
So
river.
why did he stick with that? Just what I'm saying. This the only kid's clothes. It could be the one that you're talking about.
No, he said, of course, because he found the clothes, but they said not to bag or tag those clothes because that's not who he was looking for. But he found some small clothes. You just said it.
No, he said he went to the clothes and he pulled them out and he took pictures and stuff and left coordinates for them to
Hmm.
come and get the clothes.
Right.
He never
And
said
then they
that he was
came.
looking for the girl you're talking about.
Well, listen to what I'm saying. They got those clothes because he gave them coordinates for those clothes. He left them there instead of
He
bagging them
said because
because
they
that's
told him
not
not to
who he was
bag them.
looking for.
No, he said they said, what, did you bag him? He said I was never told to bag him. I was only told to
You
take pictures
missing, you
and make a
missing, you
report.
missing what I'm saying. He took pictures. He gave them coordinates to come and get the clothes. But
He
if it
said
was
they
what
didn't
he
tell him
was,
to bag nothing. Just take a report and take pictures.
that's what I said. That he did. They told him not to bag or any of
No,
that.
they
Just
asked
give
him. They
him.
said, "Did you bag him?" He said, "I was never told to bag them."
You missing what I'm saying? Now you missing what I'm saying for sure. Because I'm trying to tell you, they told him. I'm saying exactly what you're saying. They told him not to bag them and to send them coordinates on the clothes. When they got those clothes, they found out later
Hip
that
hop, they
that was
didn't tell him. He said
Naziah's
nobody
clothes.
ever. He said nobody ever told him to bag them. That's why he didn't. It wasn't a
I just said
Why did you?
that. I just said that. That's what I'm saying. They told him not to bag the clothes and to send them coordinates on the clothes
He
with the
just said he
shoe
was
and
never
all of that.
told to bag them. They didn't say don't bag them. He said he was never told. That don't mean somebody said don't you bag them. He said he was never told to bag them.
Someone else bagged those clothes up. Someone else
That's what
came
I'm
and bagged them up.
saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like he saw him, he checked them because whatever reason. It wasn't because he was necessarily looking for a pink onesie or whatever. It was just a simple fact he's supposed to be looking for such and such. But he probably saw something 9 times out of 10 that piqued his interest and he paid attention to it, got pictures, asked them like, should I get this and that, blah, blah. And they was like, no. Like, that's what I'm getting to. They like, yeah, just let us know where it's at. And then on the other side of the street, I ain't gonna necessarily say the other side of the street because it's like a couple blocks up or whatever where Roxy and Mark DeAndre was talking about they was looking at behind Greater Grace Church. So it's like I mean I
But
know the
Mark D said, if you
locations
go back, Mark
and
D said he actually the one found the clothes first.
I mean shit, I'm pretty sure that that's what it was, but that's what I'm trying to explain. Like they were looking for something different than what they found at that point in time. That's what I was getting at. So it's not. I'm not saying that they weren't like looking for Naziah, but the people, the group of people that was out there,
They
like
weren't
in
looking for
dive
Desire. They
suits
were
and
looking
all of
for
that
another
shit.
child. Right? That's
Right.
what you said.
Yeah. That's why they took pictures and just left the stuff
But I thought
there.
Mark Dean said the father called him down there because they was doing the search for Naziah in that area. That's why he went and was in that area because they were searching for Naziah. He said, and the father asked him specifically to be there.
hmm And Mark D also said that they was over there behind Greater Grace Church, which is on the other side of 7 Mile. That's what I'm trying to say. Like they were they were looking on one side of 7 Mile and the dive team and the police and all of that, the state police and all of that was on the other side of 7 Mile. That's all I'm saying. It's like shit, they was over there and they was over there. They found some clothes over here and Mark D and them because you remember Mark DeAndre actually said like they was over there with them, and then they went to go look on the other side after he said that he told them that they
But
found the clothes.
he said because he was called over there. He said that somebody
Huh?
called him and said, Roxy said, come over here.
Right. So he went over on the other side of 7 Mile. So when they was taking pictures of the fucking shoe sitting over there, it was because they was on the other side of 7 Mile and the police and everybody was on the opposite side of 7 Mile. So when they was taking pictures of it, that was because Mark D probably did find the clothes, but they wasn't looking for the same. They out there searching for somebody, and they out there searching for somebody. Mark D brought it up to like probably brought it to their attention, and that's when they asked if they needed to go ahead and bag it, and they was like, "No." Are you getting what I'm saying
I
now?
just okay,
Like,
so I just never heard of another little girl at that time. We just knew that Mark D said he was on camera and he said they doing the search. The father said today we doing the search right here for Naziah. I want you here. So when you don't hear another
right.
kid's name, we strictly thinking it's all for Naziah. I never heard of another kid.
I mean, because I think they actually ended up finding that little girl. You know what I'm saying? Alive and well or whatever. She was just a runaway. But it's like, yeah, it'd be so much going on. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, it's so much that goes on that it's like, okay, where is this little girl at? They got the teams out. Like when I say they did put dive teams and everything out there for the desire too, but that wasn't one of them situations.
Okay, I might gotta go back and research. I don't mind going back and looking because the justice said he's right. So adjusted, who is it? Who's the other little girl? Since you say he right, give me. He's right. Give me the. I need a video. Since you saying he's right, give me the video and give me the name of the little girl that was missing. Now, Justice said he's right, so she's the mod. I'm gonna need her to give me that video and give me that timestamp where they said it was another little girl. Hip hop, you might be right. I don't know. Y'all know I like evidence.
Well, I'm like, shit. It was Nazaya, and it was like, if I'm not mistaken, it was. I know it was one other one that was like,
Oh, she
shit.
said she said
They
he's
was
right,
looking for her on
Mariah.
the west
Send me
side.
the video, Justin, where they said her name in that video. I want to hear her name in that area
Cause
being
I'm like,
searched.
I don't know her name.
She says Zariah heard.
Huh?
So, but I want to see that Mark D say that, and I want to see it on the video that because I never heard of it.
Yeah, because all the news
But
kept
see,
doing was
you gotta.
broadcasting that they have been combing that piece of river over there. I think it was like for 2 days or something, and they couldn't find
Hmm.
anything. And they talked about the water level. I remember them talking about the water level and what the water could bring up. It was some other things they talked about as far as that river. But they did talk about the clothing behind because that area is like an old golf course. It's an abandoned golf course, I believe. They talked
It used to
about
be Rogel Golf Course. My mama used to work there.
yeah, they talked about the clothing that was back there that was very like old. They knew to depict the newer clothes from the older clothes. I'm sorry for bringing up the clothes and it going this far, but that's just something that was mind-boggling to me. Like, where
Yes,
is the rest of her clothing at? Because
yes.
something is not right.
And why was they never looking
That's
for
what
those specific clothes? You get what I'm saying? Her
Yes,
school clothes, her jacket. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't have
So
been looking for
because
that.
I'm about to because they just like people just like they use it kind of like a dumping site to just throw clothes or whatever the fuck over
Right,
there.
I
right.
mean, he did say it was a whole lot of clothes over there, and they wasn't grabbing everything. They did.
Yeah,
And
you don't,
I felt like
Miss
y'all
Parker.
should have grabbed as much as y'all could because y'all are looking.
Look,
And if they're looking, hold on, hip hop. If y'all looking for two girls, that's all the more reason to comb through everything. You know what I'm saying? Comb through everything. And hell, did anybody say Zariah Harris had on a pink onesie to say that's hers? I need more specifics. I need a video, and I need that on that day, Sean. If you could look into it, please, hip hop, please get that on that same day that they was
I
looking for
will for
the
sure.
writer her, please.
You just heard her saying like she
It's in
obviously
the
looking
chat.
at something where they was yeah where like they was looking for they had already been dredging the river for another girl, but
That
like
the
they
names are in the
found the
chat.
other girl.
The names are in the
Oh,
chat.
see, oh my bad. I ain't even by my tablet right now. That's what I be watching
No, but
the
that's
chat
Yeah, and
yeah,
with.
they
I
were
ain't
found
okay then. But
safe.
I said I take okay. Um, it could have been Zanaya Hurst, but I need her to send me the video saying that on that same day that that's what they was looking for was her in that same area. Because when you get Mark D video, he said I just heard him say, the father wanted him to be there. They got the news people down there, and they're combing that area for Nazaya to look for Nazaya.
Hmm.
Something about Nazaya in that area is all I
That's what
knew.
the
Sean,
news kept saying.
yes, Mark D said it too. Sean,
Yeah, that's what the news just kept saying that they were
But that's
combing
what
that
I'm
area.
no. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Hmm.
I'm not discrediting. I'm not discrediting Mark D. What I'm saying is when they ran into those police officers, They were on one side of the they were on one side of 7 Mile and the update and Mark D and Roxy and whoever else was on the other side of 7 Mile. I'm not saying that they weren't there. It was just that they was in different locations, but kind of in the same location. If that makes sense,
Mm-hmm.
because it's
Mm-hmm.
only
But you know,
about
and I get now
it's
that
only
you saying
about
it like you
300 feet
saying it,
away.
right? But like you saying now that you're saying it, but when we listening to the news and Mark D, it's like no,
Right.
because they said Nazaya, you like nah, it's another little girl. So we
It
never
is
heard
because
that
it
till
was
today.
But the
But
other
if
little girls didn't get that much coverage like Nazaya did.
right. Because like
and
I
I'm
said,
just hearing it for the
the
first
other little
time.
girl got
You giving me
found. You
something
know what
new,
I'm saying?
but you giving me something new that I never knew.
I didn't know it either. Cause like I said, every
That's
time the
what I'm
news came
saying.
on,
When you
they
dealing
would
with the
talk about
hometown is
Nazaya.
different. Yeah, because there's a little. I'm gonna tell you because when they said there's a little girl missing, and I was like, hold on, let me check on this real quick. Because once again, I have daughters. I'm checking to make sure it ain't my kids.
Adjusted, drop the video in the chat, please. I ain't discrediting
But
you
that's
right
what
now
I'm
because,
saying.
like I said, and Sean,
I
you
know
there,
you're
you
not.
said that's your first time hearing it too. So you know what I'm saying? That's my mistake. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, nah. So like I said, it's something new. Sean lives there and said it's new to her too.
And she said, like, hey, everything don't be in the news for real like that. And then
Nope.
you see something, and you be
She was
like, what?
13.
Hold
She was
on.
13 too, Dior. Is that the
If
new
I'm
slip
not
for Zanaya
mistaken,
heard? Not Nazaya, but the other little girl that you dropped Dior.
right? She was
I don't want
around the
Nazaya
same
then.
age.
Just strictly the other girl.
Something like around that age, if I'm not mistaken. She was like she was young, and
I
they was
seen
looking
Dior
for her.
drop a news clip in her. She dropped a news clip, but I'm saying is that for Nazaya or Zanaya? And maybe that's why did Kim Worthless get the girls mixed up because she kept saying Zanaya Harris. She didn't say Nazaya. She definitely kept saying
Look,
Zanaya.
I was trying to tell you that the names of Naya is popular in Detroit. My my ex-wife, her baby is named Zanaya. So
Well, Dior saying they were looking for Nazaya on the 12th. They absolutely when did they look for Nazaya then?
that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They wasn't looking for her
This
when they
is some
found them
weird shit right
clothes.
here. This is some weird shit.
They were
Every
not
time they
looking for
came on,
Nazaya when they found those clothes.
I can't say the exact date, but every time the news came on and they was taught that they had the dive team and the helicopters and stuff out there, they always brung up Nazaya's name.
Simply Tall, what does it
Yeah,
say the 12th on? Who? I mean, I'm not talking about Simply Tall. You just said the 12th. I want to know what day was Nazaya looked for? Because you saying hip hop is basically saying they was there on the same day. They was on one side looking for Nazaya. They was on the other side looking for Zanaya. So
possibly.
uh,
I want to see the clip.
you know what? I do too. Sean, thank you, hip hop, for giving me that new information. They keep saying the clip is posted. I'm saying I know the clip is posted. I can't tap it up here. March 12th, according to the link. Is that for
Cause
Nazaya
y'all
or
listen,
Zanaya? I think y'all missing what I'm
listen.
saying. Is that for
The other
Zanaya or
thing,
Nazaya?
Miss Parker. You
Yeah.
got to understand that Naziah came up missing on the east side. They drove out to Ypsilanti and supposedly made it back to the east side. So they were not looking for Naziah way
But
on the west side. No,
Simply Child just said Nazaya on the 12th, and Dior saying Zanaya Moore. Dior Justin puts Zanaya Harris. Now, which one is it? Is she a Moore? Is she a? I'm confused, dog. Y'all got me all over the place.
So that's what I'm saying. Maybe I was confused thinking it was two different people. You feel me? But I know that they wasn't looking for Naziah.
No,
That's not
Dior,
the
you didn't
name that I
ask.
saw
You
that they were looking
you
for.
just hold on, hip hop. You didn't ask me, Dior. You put it in the chat, and I said, "Who is that for?" And you put the name, and I said, "That's why I got. That's why I'm getting confused." I said, and I'm asking now, what date did they look for Naziah Harris, and what date did they look for the Zanaya girl? I just said, you know what I'm saying? I can't check my messages, adjusting when I'm on here like this. I'm not on a computer. So I don't know why y'all can't
What
type
is
what
it?
y'all type it in the messages in the
Look,
chat.
look.
Please,
Just do
mama.
it this way. Listen, missing children from let's see, January 9th to till the what 12th of 2024 in Detroit, Michigan. And that'll give you pretty much whatever you're looking for, most likely. So I'm like, I'm walking around, I got my headphones
Okay,
on, so
Dior
I
said
can't.
she posted an article
January the
saying she
14th.
said she said I posted an article to show that they were looking for Naziah on March 12th.
Hmm.
But you just said they weren't looking for Naziah on March 12th.
I didn't say it wasn't looking for me. I didn't say that they wasn't looking for Naziah. I
Yeah,
said
you
that
did.
the people, you got people, but when they found those clothes, go back. They said they was looking for
My
them
bad, Dior.
clothes when it was in January because everybody keep talking about the ground should be hard, this and that, right?
So it's like
No, that's
January 14th.
but
So
this is
you
how we
you
got
you
here.
you
Cause you
jumping
said
up.
no, hold on, hip hop. This is how
Look,
we
cause
got
you
here. Cause you
jumping up
said
2 months. You jumping up 2 months right now.
well, where did I
When
get?
they
They weren't looking. Where did
found,
I get another little girl from? If you didn't tell us, you said that ain't. They weren't looking for Nazai on that day. I said, well, it's funny that Mark D. And I said, D. I said, you said they was looking for the girl on one side. You said because they wasn't on the east side. So I said, but if they looking on the same day, then that's the same day will come up.
So
I'm
March is
talking
when they
about when
found
they
the
found.
clothes.
Okay, but I'm talking about when they found the clothes in January, right? Because ain't
March.
But
that
they
when they
didn't find
found
the
them?
clothes. They
Because
Found
no,
the
they found them
clothes in
on
everybody
March
been
the
March.
talking
12th.
about. Listen,
No, they found
everybody
the
been
clothes
talking
on
about it's
March the
cold in
12th.
January.
They found the clothes in March.
Okay, see, so I'm gonna need y'all to step y'all shit up because I was out of state. So it's like I'm paying attention to y'all.
See, these stories are yeah, I gotta look into this they because you
But
saying and it makes sense though
it
when
was
you
definitely like I got out, I left out of state when all of the information started being like, getting put out there. I left last year in November. And like I
so,
said, I just got back.
so you heard that there was
So
something found in January, hip hop.
yeah, that's what I'm
See, I didn't
saying.
know that. I
Like
never heard it.
I've been watching y'all and keeping up with shit. And I be talking to y'all, and y'all don't be asking, like y'all don't be paying attention when I'm
Well, no,
saying shit.
I appreciate that because that's
Sometimes,
new to me that they found something in January. So why the fuck they acting like they ain't know nothing until what later on down the line is what I'm saying.
but I'm talking about January last year. That's how I know. Like when everybody keep looking at that picture of they keep saying this Naziah or whatever walking past, and they like it's January in Michigan. I was like, January wasn't that cold. I've been saying this to y'all for the last the last 3 months. Like January last year was not that cold. Like so, I could see where it would be like it probably rained instead of snowing. I've been saying that. It's like I don't have a problem with everybody having like their theories and all of that, but it's like you gotta pay attention when it's like nah, because that had to be that had to be in September or something. No,
I
it
thought
might
they
have been in
searched that area.
January.
I thought in January they searched near Cornwell and 3 Mile Road. That with
But
the
who searched
canines
in
and stuff.
January when they didn't have the case until February? So who searched? I know that Detective Wolf said he went
The
down
wrong
3
people.
Mile, but that's all he did. He said he didn't go nowhere else.
Listen, the
So who
wrong
searched
people searched.
Sean? Who searched in January, Sean?
It's supposedly the authorities along with canine units.
I know y'all lying to me. This is all new to me.
I'm gonna just say it this way. Like, I'm not gonna say, of course, exactly where at, but my daughter and my
So
son lives by Chatsworth and Outer Drive. That's right there by 3 Mile Drive and all of everything that went on. So it's like
So hear me out, hip hop, real
I'm
quick. Hold that thought.
I
So
be
why
in
did
the
the detective
area.
say? So why did the detective say they didn't get the case until y'all get what I'm saying, Sean? You ain't never heard that the detectives didn't get the case until
They ain't get
February.
it for a month. Yeah, they didn't get it for a whole month.
So when did the
That's what
but
I was
y'all said
saying.
Sean said that they had the dogs looking for in January.
That's what this say. January
Yeah,
14th.
listen
Oh,
to me.
somebody telling some
Listen to
lies.
me.
Sean, send that to
No,
me,
they're
please.
not. No, they're not. Listen, no, they're not.
January 14th,
See,
authorities along
you
with
gotta
canine units and
listen.
volunteers
Hold on.
The
performed
You
a
Detroit,
saying they ain't
search.
lying? So why did DPD? So you mean to tell me Detective Hurst, the school police got dogs?
yeah, because niggas in
The
Detroit
school
sell
police,
drugs.
yes, they do. They
That's
do
why
have
they
dogs in the
have drugs.
schools.
That's why they got dogs.
They do have dogs at the schools.
I didn't know they were searching in January with the dogs. I never
So
heard that.
let
That's
me
my
read
first
this.
time.
January
So
19,
they tried
2024, authorities
a little
along with
bit, I guess.
canine units and volunteers performed a search of the area where Naziah was last seen exiting her school bus near Cornwall and 3 Mile Drive in Detroit. Mid February of 2024, helicopters and canine units were used to search an area in Pittsville Township, located about 45 minutes from her last known location. February 14th, police were seen searching a neighborhood near Garland and Shoemaker. March 6th, police began searching a pond in Clinton Township. I remember this part. Okay. Then
Hmm.
March 12th, another search was conducted in the area of 7 Mile and Berg near a river where investigators recovered clothing items.
So how the hell did the police not know if they had all these cadaver dogs? And that is some weird shit going on.
You want to know how they didn't have, like, the cadaver
Right.
dogs didn't hit on nothing because the body wasn't there. That's
Nope.
why.
Nope. Nope. Everywhere they didn't went, it ain't nobody there.
But now, y'all get what I'm saying though? Why did the police act like
Hmm.
they ain't know that these cadaver people searching for this little girl and cadaver dogs is out here? And y'all gonna say, like, y'all making it big, like y'all didn't nobody knew nothing. We just got the case in February. Like they just went and picked up a tablet and looked and talked, got a ring camera, a bus picture, and that was the end of it. I can get the people searching like y'all and stuff like that. I'm not taking that away from being a search, but
I mean, honestly,
that's why the
if
timeline
I
don't
could
make
be,
sense. That's why the timeline
right,
do not make sense.
it's like, listen, like, I knew about it, but it's like a
I wish
year
I knew about this
later,
earlier. I did, hip
look,
hop. I
like
wish
a
you'd have told
year,
me.
like a year later is when I came across all of y'all because I'm like, wait, how everybody know about this right now, right? And it started lighting up, and I was like, what the hell? Because I was checking about Naziah, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to see what was going on, and I started running into y'all. You feel me?
That's
So it was
crazy, hip
like,
hop. You enlightening me.
I was hip to it around the time that it happened. Like I live all the way on the west side and was like running in the flyers and everything. But that's what I'm saying. Like I I do get kind of irritated when they be like Detroit ain't did nothing, and I'm like, don't say that. Detroit been riding with y'all, and we've been trying to like you can only keep up. I got 4 kids. You can only keep up with so many at one moment. You feel me? So it's like if I was a spotter, I promise you, it's like my daughter is best friends with her cousin. So I'm like I said, like at that point, them my kids too.
Now I get it. I mean, now that you broke it down like this, they saying Zanai Moody went missing in March. Cause you hit me, cause I'm about to argue with you. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, nah, they looking, and then you say, nah, another little girl, but they ain't giving her no airtime, so we only getting the Zaya shit. You feel me?
Right.
I never heard about it. So y'all in the city, y'all would know. So I appreciate that insight, and then I appreciate Sean reading that they had cadaver dogs. So I'm trying to figure out what the fuck DPD talking about.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to argue you
And,
down. I
and they
was just
ain't
trying to
mentioned
tell
that
you
should have
what I
been mentioned.
knew.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all should have mentioned that shit. Ain't nobody mentioned the cadaver dog. This is what
I
and
mean,
she.
that's
That's
my
why
first
Kim
time
Worth was
jumping.
kissing. Cause Kim Worthless, y'all ever heard me over here riding Kim Worthless? Cause I said she couldn't even get the baby's name right. Cause she kept saying Zanaya instead of Nazaya.
That's why
And
I'm
I
like,
heard I am thinking she's making a big
this
mistake.
my
Like
first time. This is my first time jumping up on the panel. So it's like, you would see me down in your chat, but it's like, I've been trying to explain to people like
I
Naziah
get it
wasn't the
now.
only one missing. You see what I'm
I get
saying?
it now. I get it now.
Right. Right.
It makes sense. Everything. It's just weird. That make the shit to me. When Sean read what she just read and you said what you said, it makes shit look super
Mm-hmm.
weird now to me. Like what y'all got? And I ain't saying Detroit didn't do nothing. I never said that because I ain't there. But I seen people out, and I know I seen people out doing stuff. I didn't. I don't know the people to say, "Hey, that wasn't her. That wasn't him." I don't know y'all to say that, but I know Detroit was looking. I ain't saying the family, but I seen people. Shannon Jones did mention the dogs. When she mentioned the dogs, Kenyatta, did she say the school? Because it couldn't have been DPD in January because she said they didn't know nothing about it until February. I can't check the Discord, Justin. That's why I told you put anything in the chat. I'm on my phone. So thank you, Hip Hop and Sean. I gotta go back through my
Man.
notes now. I gotta start over.
That's
I
why I'm
do. I
like,
gotta go back
hey,
to my Rolodex.
that's why I'm like, at any given point in time, if you get a case in Detroit, I'm back home now. So just hit me up. But I knew about everything that was going on a year before y'all did. And
Nah,
I was like rocking with y'all because I was trying to keep up with it because I was at work and I couldn't keep up with it without
Kenyatta. My bad. I'm sorry, Hip Hop.
no, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was going to Kenyatta. What day did she testify to what day? I'm just trying to build a timeline. Like Simply Tall said, I ain't taking away that she said the dogs, but I'm thinking when she's talking about the dogs, pay attention, Kenyatta. I'm thinking they doing cadaver dogs when they get the case in February. Y'all get what I'm saying? If she's mentioning dogs, because I'm thinking DPD ain't get the case. Everybody acting like Shannon in the net didn't tell nothing. And that the DPD ain't got it. So if Shannon Jones is mentioning dogs, is she saying January? Because how the fuck you know they had dogs out looking for a kid in January, but y'all ain't seeing what the fuck the dogs is out there for? She said
Look,
she
Sign
simply talked
G.
that February, March.
Sign G
Okay.
just said, oh no, wait. Simply Tal said dogs in February and March. That's what I'm saying. They was out searching. That's how they found that shit. I'm not.
And how the
I'm
fuck?
not.
So hip hop.
I
Tell
ain't
me
got no
this:
reason to
why
lie
did the
to you.
DP?
You
No,
feel me?
I believe you, but why was DPD acting like they didn't know shit?
Detroit police are like, okay, there's
Something
so much
different.
shit going on. They want to answer
Okay, Kenyatta,
that,
thank you. She said no, it wasn't in
like my
January.
right. But what they saying is, look, it was dogs out in February and March. I said what to search for, and somebody they out there they looking at it right now,
JJ, whatever
and
y'all
that's why
typing
we
to me,
getting all these
y'all gotta
answers.
put it in. Y'all gotta type it in the chat because I can't look at my messages. I can't look in the Discord, so that's why I've been asking y'all to type. If y'all can type it to me in a text or in the Discord, y'all can type it in the chat. It's not a secret. We're talking about it. So if y'all could please put it in the chat,
Right.
respect. Okay, Sanji, what did
Just
she say
saying.
in the transcript, Sanji, exactly? Because it seeming like corruption. Because I'm trying to figure out, fuck y'all know about the helicopters and searches
I
and act like
said,
y'all don't know what's going on.
my bad. Who that? Who
All that
that?
was on TV. It was all over TV.
Simply Town. I said January because it's listen. It might have been somebody that I wasn't thinking about that was getting searched for at that point in time. I just said that it'd be a bunch of like runaways and stuff here.
Now, Sanji said she
So
just read an article that it was in January. Sanji definitely confirmed what you
no,
said, hip
no, no,
hop.
no, no. Somebody simply Tal said hip hop said January. I'm like, okay, I might have had a mistaken, but yeah,
But
it's like
Sean, didn't you just read an article saying they had the dogs out in January, sis?
Yeah, well, let me go back to it.
Okay, because I think she's
I'm trying
confirming what you said, hip hop, if I'm not mistaken.
right.
So that's why I said, well, damn, it's a hell of corruption going on up there. Cause y'all can't tell me cadaver dogs and helicopters is searching for this little girl and y'all knew nothing. That means it's
I
out
mean,
there. You feel me? No, I'm just saying hip hop is
you
out there.
got
If helicopters and shit are looking, it's out there.
yeah, yeah. Mm,
'Cause that's all we kept. That's all I kept hearing about was Naziah.
mm.
Let's see, January
I
9th.
mean, at the end of the day, I ain't got no reason to lie about nothing. So it's like, yeah, it was a whole lot of let me make sure my daughter's okay. Let me make sure my daughter's okay. That's how I understand that. Yeah, it was January, then it was like
Let me ask you
February, and then it
something.
was
Let me
like
ask you something, hip
uh
hop. Cause you said it wasn't cold
uh-huh.
like that, right?
It wasn't. Okay.
So do you think that was Naziah in all of them damn clothes in that picture on that camera?
It was like when I say it wasn't that cold, I'm a little bit different because it's like, okay, it was probably about um 30 to like anywhere between 15 to 30 degrees for me is like a hoodie and a jacket. You see
Oh,
what I'm
you got
saying?
good blood. You got good. Shit, I'm freezing.
Right.
Anything 50 and under, I'm free. Even 60. Shit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we come from this, so it's like
Yeah, yeah,
we used to it. Like
yeah.
y'all gotta understand when they be like that shit it was cold as hell. It ain't necessarily that cold to us.
Now I get it. Y'all from there. You right. You correct.
Right.
No, I
I
can't find
grew
it,
up
Miss
here
Parker.
like shit.
What you say, Sean?
Hey Miss
I said I'm
Parker.
trying to
Hey
find it. I can't
Okay,
find
sister.
it.
Miss Parker. See, look, let
Uh-huh.
me ask you, Miss Parker. What's the coldest temperature you ever felt?
I'm from Kentucky. Y'all know we be heat.
But
Negative,
that's what I'm
negative,
saying.
negative zero. Mhm.
So
It get
zero.
colder. It get colder in Detroit.
So now that I'm in North
Man.
Carolina. Now that I'm in North Carolina, I don't
Mm,
even know how to take that shit. Cause you right. You know what I'm saying? When you used to a certain temperature, you know what I'm saying?
hmm
You right. They be comfortable. I'm like, it's cold the motherfucker to me down here when they hit. But they be walking around in certain shit that I be like, no, it's too cold for that. Yeah, I don't understand. So yeah.
Right. So do you like? So think back to like what was it? I think 2019 when the polar vortex hit the country. They had us going to work in -54 wind chills. Man, shit. I ain't. That's what I'm saying. We get to it. That's why I was like, they was like, well, it was cold and that was a long distance and that was such and such. And I'm thinking about me at the same age as Messiah, and I was like, yeah, it ain't necessarily that out of it's not that out of pocket for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like,
Do
shit.
y'all
I
with y'all being there, do y'all think that January 9th is correct based off of everything y'all heard? Did y'all ever feel like the timeline was off, or do y'all just feel like, yeah, she was missing on the night based off of what they said?
I mean, I feel like January 9th is correct because of my like I said, my child being best friends with her cousin and her saying that's when she came up. That's when she disappeared.
Yeah, because
So
they did say on the news, beautiful soul. Thank you for pointing that out because he is correct. They didn't give the names, but I do remember the white man did the news report down there by the river, and he said it's currently two other girls missing. But he didn't give their names. He just gave Nazia's name, and I was like, Lord have mercy. So you're right. Uh, hip hop. After she just put that in there, they didn't say the names on the
mhm.
news, but the white man. The first time I heard the clip, so I'm sorry, I apologize, hip hop, but you are correct. I don't know the names, but they did say two other girls was
I don't
allegedly
either,
missing. They
but
was looking
I
on the
don't either,
river
but
bank.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm just
You
saying
are
I'm
from there,
here.
so I gotta stop and start fact checking shit because I'm not from there, and it makes a difference. So yeah, I owe you an
Yeah.
apology.
No, you
But
don't
I
owe
gotta
me
get
no
on this.
apology. You
Sean,
good.
text me that news clip you got when you find it. Text it to me.
Okay, I need. You know what? You got my email, so send me your. I
But
got
you
your
got my
email
number.
too. Miss Parker. I don't know if I still got it.
Okay.
Look, and the
Can you?
crazy
It's
part
gonna
is,
be
I
an
want to
859.
look.
Sean, I should be the only 859 in your phone. Unless you delete my numbers and I got it. I understand.
I don't delete
Look,
numbers.
and I was gonna say I want y'all. I'm like, shit. They hit me up about, or I can hit to like text y'all, but I ain't trying
Hold
to
on, I'm
put
about
my
to put it in
number
the
out. Like,
hold on, I'm about to put it in the back chat. I'm about to put my number in the back chat. It said private chat. Check it.
okay,
You'll see a message come up. Sean, you will too.
okay.
Okay, because I'm still looking. I don't know. I've been looking through so much stuff since we've been talking. Well, since I've been listening.
Now look,
See, look,
y'all should see
hey,
a little
wait, wait,
message
wait, wait,
box
wait,
hip
wait,
hop
wait,
waiting
wait,
for me.
wait, 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 wait. Pretty Wing said, look up the weather for Detroit, January 2024. The weather was mild. That's what I was trying to tell everybody. Like, it was not cold in January last year at all. Not for
Okay,
real.
I got it.
Thank you, Dominique.
Did I get it? Hold on, let me see. Okay.
I got the number.
You remember, I'm gonna play it to my folks again. I'm gonna play the news clip because he did say, like, the first time I looked at Naziah Harris's case and they talked about it. Um, he said, and I don't know the specific date. He said they was looking. I just know he said it was three. They're currently looking for Naziah would make the third person they was looking for. It's currently two other missing girls that they was on the
Mm-hmm.
riverbank looking for. So now the girl, she just put that down in the chat. I said, you know what, hip hop is correct because I do remember the white man. I played the news clip before about that and stuff. Beautiful Soul just dropped it, and hell, y'all putting all these
Oh,
names. Shit, all them little girls was missing. Hell, I don't know.
okay, I see it now. But yeah, it's like it was like I ain't never like, been there's always been shit going on, but I ain't never been like, active like I have been until I hit like 24 and that's when my first baby was born. So now it's like, shit, fuck around with me if you want to. Play with my kids. Fuck with somebody else's kids. I don't want my kids to feel any certain type of way because they lost their friends. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, and that's all protection. I just want to make sure that my babies don't hurt. I don't hurt. You don't hurt. So it's like all we gotta do is just like I said it somewhere else, but I don't remember whose platform I was on, but we just gotta go ahead and actually accept each other and show each other love. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
thank you for having me on your panel, Miss Parker.
Did you get my number, Sean?
Yes, I have
After
it.
that test? Yeah.
Did y'all get
Text
mine?
me. Yep, I'm about to write it down
Oh,
now.
I
I'm about to
got
write
it.
it down.
All right, hip hop
It
then.
shit
That's
is
what I'm
wild.
saying. Did
Hip
y'all get
hop.
mine?
I got it, hip hop.
All right,
And then they
I'm
said,
about to text you.
and then they said one of the news clips said Nazaya caught the bus that morning. I said, well, did she catch the bus or did a net drop off? What y'all got going on?
Okay, there go mine.
Okay, let me write it down.
This has been a very interesting topic today.
Man, you hear me? Hip hop, definitely opened my eyes to some stuff to go research and look into, and you know what I'm saying? Baby got to come back and even clear some shit up. You never know, because they said Mark D has said. Well, thank y'all for coming up, but they said Mark D did mention that Nazaya is getting a lot of traction and this other girl's missing. So I got to go back and look at that. She said, yeah. You hear me, Morgan? Got me looking a lot of stuff. Sean, thank you. Hip hop, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Come on, Simply Talk. We gotta talk about it. They probably was mixing up cases. It could happen. Seems like, yep, sure the ages, possibly. It, you know what I'm saying? And but that shows you right there too, like y'all gotta get it together. You know what I'm saying? Cause now shit's making a lot of sense to me why she was saying Zanaya and not Nazaya, and you know what I'm saying? That's why I said why y'all ain't taking notes. And yeah, Sheila, I agree. It's a lot of things that they could have talked about and you know what I'm saying and fixed and make sure that because if I present something, I gotta have notes. So thank you, Hip Hop, again for enlightening us on something different and something new to look into, news clips and stuff about the dog. Thank you, Sean, for enlightening us about what you found. You know what I'm saying? Me too, Sanji. I'm waking it up. Okay, thank you, Miss Bradwin. I appreciate that so much. Um, This has been crazy, y'all, but I appreciate y'all for staying up with me for 4 hours. We kicked it for 4 hours. Detectives said that the searchers took what they say the searchers said they took them out there several times. Yeah, I'm on a 53 for sure. Right, Sheila. All right, y'all. Y'all go enjoy y'all Friday. I'll see y'all back tonight because I'm discussing it. I'm gonna go back to what the father said about the school, and I'm gonna go back and pull up all of these news clips and stuff of these dates. Who went missing when? Who was they really looking for? Whose clothes was y'all really looking for? Okay, Mona. We only focus on the clothes, but the dive teams and dogs were there before. Right, Sanji? Right. Okay, Kenyatta. Hey, Aries One. So yeah, we got a lot to look into. I know I do. I asked him to send it to you months ago. I didn't get it, sister. I did not. But I appreciate you, Miss Breadwinner. A large search party is going to Rouge River. Yeah, Donway, thank you for dropping those clips. Adjusted, JJ, all y'all, Dior. Thank y'all, cause I'm getting confused. Y'all know when I start getting confused, I'm like, hold up. You just said, y'all know how I get. Good night, everybody.